lol. Yeah, well, lucky number. Too bad I make the rules. All right. All right. All right. All right. Settle down. 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 We have work to do. Emotes. Emotes. Rue Spy, gone. Rue Suffer, gone. Rue Nap, gone. Rue High, gone. Rue Gun, gone. Rue Feels. Rue Feels, gone. Easy, gone. Bot, gone. Rory, gone. Herb, gone. Rue VV, gone. Rue Happy, gone. Rue C, gone. Rue Blind, gone. Rue Scream, gone. Rue W, gone. Rue Smoosh, gone. Rue Blank, gone. Rue Duck, gone. Rue Sip, gone. Rue Aw, gone. Rue G, gone. Rue Cry, gone. Rue Bonk, gone. Rue Fivehead, gone. Rue Hug, gone. Rue Glue, gone. All right. Let's add some emotes back in. Let's add in Rue High, Rue Burb, Rue Glue, Rue Sip, Rue Cry, there we go. Rue VV, Rue Nap, Rue Spy, Rue Happy, Rue Duck, Rue W no longer lives in a society, Rue Smoosh, Rue Suffer, Rory, Rue Scream, Rue Nyeh. Oh, Nyeh's already in. Never mind. Rue Gun, Rue Fields, Rue Easy, Rue C, Rue Bonk, Rue Blank. Oh, I can't forget Rue Aw, Rue Blind, Rue Bot, Rue Fivehead, and Rue G. Man, it's so much easier now. Bro, it's so much easier now to change out emotes. Isn't that crazy how much easier it is? I remember so long ago, it used to be impossible to change out emotes. Like, what I would have to literally do, I'd have to send an email, wait 3 to 5 days, and then if somebody saw the email, then I would get my emote added. It's so much easier now, chat. You have no idea. You have no idea how much easier it is. 10 days of waiting for emote changes. I know. It was so bad. It was so bad. Oh, speaking of which, never actually updated Roo Happy. Hold on. Feedback. Roo Happy. I believe there was a new Roo Happy. I believe there was a new Roo Happy. Was there? Yes. Yes, there was a new version of Roo Happy. Roo Happy and Roo Duck. Happy Zip, Happy Duck Zip. Perfect. Let's go ahead and update those, shall we? Show in folder. Extract all. There we go. Where's Roo Happy? All right, let's go ahead and delete Roo Happy. There we go. And we were going to update Roo Happy ever so slightly. It's going to look slightly different, but... Hell, some of you may not even notice the change. All right, let's go ahead and change up Roo Duck. Like I said, some of you may not even notice the change, but it's there. There we go. All right. No more thick lines. How dare they not be thick? How dare they? Oh. All right, let's launch the game. There we go. There we go. What are we playing today? The same thing we play every day, Pinky. Boop. Darkest Dungeon. Wait, I gotta change my emote.
Hey Bahroo, I missed a bit of the last DD2 stream, but nice 7-win streak going. BTW, can we add a new streak to the stream title? How often you're overslept your own stream start? Risk giggle.
No. Oh. So we just finished our last run. We just finished our last run, chat. Stop giggling at me.
While the flame still burns, hope remains.
Yes.
The seat of your denial, perched precariously in the murky gloaming.
Can't stop me.
Cowered in your crumbling denial long enough.
Chat, no bully.
The crossroads, a beacon for the broken and the battered.
All right, chat, shall we take a look at who our new characters are gonna be? All right, let's hit this roll button. We got Grave Robber, Plague Doctor, Occultist, Alien. All right.
To know the abyss, one must embrace it.
All right, so what kind of perks? So we got Calm. 25% chance any stress damage is nullified, and Zoophobia. Put you in the back line. Slayer of Gaunts and Sprained Wrist. Ew. 10% less damage. Ew. Photomania and Head Injury. Wow, that's awful. Lurker and Fear of Fanatics. All right. All right, let's do it. Now the question is, what kind of build do we want these characters to have? Let's take a look.
The leaves fall, never to grow again.
So you're going to be in the front line, so we'll take toe to toe. We'll take Howling's End. We have 2 dedicated healers, so I think we'll just take Adrenaline Rush. I'll take Wicked Hat. Actually, we'll take Iron Swan. I'd take Revelry there. Perfect. Now you're not going to be doing a lot of dancing, so we'll do Thrown Dagger. Ignores Guard. Could be Glint in the Dark. That. A ranged Grave Robber. That sounds awful. That does sound, in fact, awful. We are gonna pick up Incision here. So we're gonna pick up Incision. Battlefield Medicine as per usual. Magnesium Rain. And then I'm thinking actually Emboldening Vapors. What are we doing for you? Sacrificial Stab? No. Arbuscular Artillery and that. Wired Reconstruction. Weakening Curse. Vulnerability. Yeah, pretty much everything but the stab is what I'm thinking here. That'd be beautiful. That'd be beautiful. So the Occultist unchecked power setup skills really aren't valuable unless you're fighting no, actually maybe I could do that. That I could honestly see happening. Maybe. We could do some unchecked power here. Do the Burning Stars. But unfortunately, Anonymousness and Malediction are really only useful for bosses. Yeah. Sadly. Sadly. The problem is that they can resist Malediction. So you've got a 2-turn setup for something that could be resisted, which is really rough. Anything I still need to unlock? The only thing we really need to unlock now is get to level 50. We're level 39 now. How long until 3 p.m. CST? Well, you could always look into Google. What time is it in Texas?
Perhaps I left this for you. Perhaps you left it for yourself.
Chance to stress heal a random hero each road segment.
Ooh.
Well, let's go ahead and give you plus speed. And we'll give you plus speed as well. There we go. We got 2 people with 8 speed. The only thing we have left is to get to level 50 and the last story for the Jester.
A collegial handshake that would doom us both.
Yes. Can you upgrade skills the second time? No, sadly you can't. Wait, we already have 4,000 people here? I've only been live for like 5 minutes.
In this world, wealth is worthless without purpose.
What are you all doing here? What are you all doing here? You said get in here? True. I'm excited for the interview. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat.
You can feel it. A change in the air.
What time is the interview?
Each gravestone is more than a failure. It is a promise to do better.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
The bulwark of your denial is giving way.
All right. Easy first fight. Champ. Hog jump. Hog jump again. Howling's End. All right. Bye. Get a nice incision there. Perfect. Just break down and have someone make a command. No. Alright. Bye.
The means of mastery.
Yes, memes. Ooh, flapjacks. Everybody loves flapjacks.
Push on to the
Have I prepared any questions, or am I going to improvise? Of course I prepared questions. I'm not going to just spring questions on them and be like, hey. Hey. What's up? Sounds like you? No. I'll ask them if they like flapjacks.
We would come here in summers of years gone to write.
I'll ask them if they like
and
flapjacks.
rest.
Ounce of Prevention's going to be our first upgrade here.
Each improvement. a
Go ahead and throw on the
variable in
flapjacks.
The equation of your fate.
What do we got from here? Nothing really that good. Scrap grenade would probably be useful though. Yeah, I'll take a scrap grenade. Any really bad? Oh, head injury is awful. Okay, good. We got rid of it. All right. Okay. Relationships are looking pretty good. We'll go ahead and give you that. We'll give you the anti-venom. All right. Game is a little bit louder than usual. It's not. I haven't changed anything. Literally nothing. That's only in your own head. In your head. Blood Moon or Corrupting. I do like the 2 mastery point rewards. We'll probably go for this area. Because we are better at bypassing armor, I think. I don't know. What do you guys think? Tangle or the Sprawl? Tangle
Precious
is
relics
easier.
Remind us of a time before the end.
The Tangle is easier. So maybe I should go to the Sprawl. Just because it's harder. But then again, I also want Mastery.
Mud and rain.
Sorry, but I want Mastery points.
Resignation and death. This land is truly barren.
Is this the Battle Brothers soundtrack? No, it's actually the Darkest Dungeon 2 soundtrack.
War rewards only resignation.
guess we'll go. Yeah, I guess we'll go left here and just take all these randoms. Just fuck me up with some random stuff, dude. Hack me up, dude. Hack me up. All right. All right, what you got? I got 12 gold. Guess I'll take the mixed loot.
In this world, wealth
Ooh,
is
chocolates.
worthless without purpose.
I talked with the devs already? No, it's not 3 p.m. Is Plague Doctor Stress Heal always the correct choice for the first upgrade? You typically want to always upgrade some Stress Heal as your first option, period. Ow, 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 ow.
Cooperation is the key.
All right, gonna do a Howling Send here. Nice. Stun. Yep. Emboldening vapors. Meow, 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 meow. And I really wanted to do my star ability. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Hurt me, champ. Stuns are strong.
The work continues.
All right.
Cooperation is the key.
Try this ability out.
Empowered, emboldened.
The Burning Stars. Nice. I hate Desperate Grab. I really do. I really hate it.
An inkling of potency still lingers in some of these well-worn relics.
Isn't giving one teammate 50% damage pointless when you could spend a turn attacking? Seems kind of bad. Well, considering that she couldn't do any damage, no. She couldn't hit that position. Ooh, we're gonna give you the range damage. That's gonna be very nice. Alright, we have a cultist fight coming up.
AdmiralBahroo, thanks for making me feel happier, especially when life hits slows.
Hey,
I
man.
love you all.
That's what we're here for. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I'll mention it, man. That's what we're here for. Dragum, thanks for subbing.
Emptiness of the void.
All right. Let's see what we got here. Face your confessions. We got a horror.
A breakthrough.
Nice. Just doing a flashing dagger there so that way I can get rid of some of their dodge tokens. He's got double horror on him, which is really bad. Then get rid of the rest of their dodge tokens. Use the scrap grenade. Okay. So we pull him forward. Now she has to do a rush judgment. Okay. Gonna pull that one. Down. There. Almost a Death Star. That's fine. Little crit there. Ow.
There is comfort in company.
Nice. Nice. And we got a relationship. Lovers.
While the heart still beats, desire will never die.
Weakness kind of sucks there. Do a flashing dagger. Get some extra damage on there. He's dead next turn. Don't really need to worry about him too much.
There is comfort in company.
There we go. Keep the stress down. All right, let's go ahead and pull you forward. And let's go ahead and do an adrenaline rush here. Get rid of my winded. Blood bond. That's fine. That one dies. Okay, get rid of the dodge token. He did.
A miscalculation,
Get rid of the
perhaps.
Alright. I'd like to get rid of the corpses there. We have a lot of damage. Still missing some damage, sadly. Down, 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 down.
Empowered, emboldened.
Okay. Ow.
The slow suffering begins.
How do you know what skills are corpse removal? Because they have the actual text on it that says corpse removal.
There is comfort in company.
Do 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 do. Death door.
Cooperation is the key.
Do a combo attack there, so maybe it'll give me some extra rep with each other. Nope. Bye bye.
The means of mastery.
Nice.
The loathing abates.
All right, go ahead and give you that. Give you that. Perfect. I'm excited, chat. Oh, relationship. Hopeful.
Aspiration unites the hope.
Everybody loves the occultist so far. Oh my god, almost everybody loves the occultist. Just a little bit more. Everybody wants the occultist. How long will the devs be here? That I don't know.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
I like how my damage range is 4 to 7. I hit the front guy for 4. I hit the back guy for 7. Found that funny. I'm sorry. Will the interview be on YouTube later? I will more than likely upload it. Yeah.
Steady yourself.
Ow.
Cooperation is the key. In crisis,
I figured that would give me the
only upon each other.
last thing I needed there. Now everybody loves the occultist. Everybody. Wait, do you gain flame for going virtuous? I just now realized that. Looks like you gain flame for going virtuous. Okay, drummer dies on his turn. Bye.
Cooperation is the key.
So close. Good dodge. He might do a penance. Yep. Lowers his health and he can res the back drummer now. Well, that assumes I don't kill him first. Yep, he's dead. Do an incision there.
Dissection. An unavoidable end.
Keep lowering his stress. Go for the death blow there.
Messy, but effective.
Double death blow. Nice. Oh, 100%. Like, now that we know that he has the shambler in his body, these abilities that summon tentacles, that's his inner shambler. Like, 100%, dude.
A brilliant conclusion.
Inside every occultist, there are 2 shamblers. One that wishes to murder you, and the other one also wishes to murder you. It's just simply just death.
A little help, impeccably
Nice.
timed.
Bye.
In this world, wealth is worthless without purpose.
Why is the occultist a god now? Because he has very strong ranged abilities. Like, he does a lot of damage to the back line. $28 gold. All right, what you got for me? All right, I'll spend 6 gold here.
Unexpected find.
Ooh, Warhorn. Definitely got the 6 gold worth. All right. Go ahead and give you that other smoke bomb because those stack. Give you bleeding resistance and give you the Warhorn. Beautiful. All right, let's keep moving forward. We do have a lair, but I don't think we have the damage. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think we have the DPS to be fighting I don't think we have the DPS to fight the general. But then again, the Zone 1 boss fight is a flex in and of itself. And I wouldn't mind flexing. I would not mind flexing.
The slow suffering begins.
Have I gotten a flapjack from the griddle yet? What does it do? It just gives you pancakes. It's typical food. It would be kind of nice if the flapjacks actually like gave you a 1 stress heal, since you know everybody loves flapjacks kind of deal. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take plague grenade. There you go. Now you can't move me.
A little help, impeccably timed.
Little help. Bye. Can I explain what the winded effect does? Every time I do Howling's End,
we can rely
I gain winded.
on each other. Empowered, emboldened.
And what winded does is it lowers my damage and my speed. Yes. By 33% per stack. And I can remove it. I can remove it. But currently, I have no real skills that can remove it.
Unparalleled power.
Okay. So we gotta change this up if we want to actually do this. Like we're gonna need to be doing Wicked Hack more than likely, because I can't. Well, we're gonna take off Adrenaline Lash and put on a Wicked Hack. The thing is that since I have no way of removing Winded, I'm gonna do 2 Howling's End, and then I'm just gonna be useless for the entire general fight. This is 8 damage. I think it's better to do maybe Poison Dart than anything else. Maybe. We're definitely gonna have to give you actual Plague Grenade here over Emboldening Vapors. And then Malediction actually would not be bad. Potentially. I think Malediction would actually be very useful. Guess I'll give you Disease Resist. Not that you really need it. Question is, do I really want to fight this boss? Do I really want to fight this boss, chat? Should I? Let's do it. All right. All right, start off with an Iron Swan. We want to clear out this back line. quarters. Nice double blight. I've missed the Shambler fights, any clips of them. There's a clip of my first Shambler fight. He's almost dead. We'll do pick to the face there to bypass his armor. Okay, so he's dead. Don't need to worry about him anymore. There we go. Death's door.
Suffering strengthens the
Nice.
bond.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
A little help impeccably timed.
All right. Double death blow.
Righteous action.
Nice. That gets rid of one of his stacks. See if we're gonna bleed on him. Nice. Dodge. Nice. Okay. Yeah, she has two skills that remove winded, but one of them requires me to be low HP. You can see how that might be a problem.
Comfort in company.
No, my Halloween. Well, it's not Halloween anymore. Sorry, dude. It's not Halloween anymore, so there's no Halloween emotes. Every day is Halloween? Incorrect. You are my heart. Get over here. Okay, never mind. Ow! Ow!
The slow suffering begins.
Don't shoot me a third time. Okay, we're good. Wait. Wait, why is Runia still Halloween? Wait. Wait. Wait, that's illegal. That's illegal. Illegal.
Early results
Bye.
are encouraging.
Bye. Stop this right now. Und guard. Yes, good. Hurt me. Which is what I desire.
Impeccably timed.
I desire death. Death.
Excellent work.
Ow.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
There we go. I want you to wound me as much as possible. Good. Good. This will be good. No. I don't wish to heal you.
Cooperation is the key.
Perfect.
In crisis, we can rely.
All right, this is an ideal amount of HP. Heal myself.
All
right.
problems have their solutions, even the big ones.
None of these are really worth risking my life over, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So the reason that we wanted to lower her health is so that way she gets her buffs. So let's see here. What's his plague resistance? Very low. So on average, this should do more damage than anything else. Yeah, it's an extra 6 damage there. What's his bleed resist? Very high. So we're not gonna go for an incision here. Magnesium rain only does that, so not really worth it. Okay, plague grenade. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and use a war horn here, and we're gonna give ourselves a chaotic offering. I think, yeah, we're gonna give ourselves a chaotic offering. You only have 1 stack of the extra damage. We'll give you a smoke bomb to reduce the chance of being hit here. And then 7 to 12.
Lethality writ large.
17 damage, not bad.
Anxiety foments insidious fears.
Okay, there's the creeping growth. Okay. Let's keep going for that blight. Let's go ahead and get malediction up. Okay. I'm gonna need to do 1 iron swan here. Soil stirs, that's fine. And we'll go ahead and hit you with a plague grenade. Nice. All right, we're looking at 8 blight a turn here.
Anxiety foments insidious fears.
Everybody's very low HP, and I don't like it. Okay. Nice, good miss. Okay. Get another plague. Soil stirs. Soil stirs. All right. Darn, he resisted. But it did apply a burn. That is good.
A slow dissection.
All right, he's got a lot of dots on him. A hell of a lot of dots.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Hit him with another malediction. Ah, he resisted it. Damn. Ouch. That death door is very brutal. Okay. Should death blow resist? 90. Okay.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
All right, he's got 17 dot damage on him right now. Gotta get myself off death's door here.
Self-reliance is a rare and wonderful thing.
Going to do an Iron Swan here. Okay. Double death's door. Meltdown. Okay. Damn, 10% resist there.
Dissection. An unavoidable end.
21 damage this round. Soil stirs. Should death blow resist? 90. Hopefully you go after Grave Robber.
Empowered. Emboldened.
Okay. Crit. Okay. Nice. 8 HP. We're gonna throw that in the back so that way our Plague Doctor can get a heal off here. Okay.
Self-reliance.
Go ahead and heal yourself. Get yourself off death's door. Am I gonna go after? Yeah, dude, he is just non-stop going after the Plague Doctor. He only wants the Plague Doctor dead. All right, 11 to 20 damage. We're gonna go for our Howling's End now. Minimum damage. That sucks. All right, he's got 13 HP left. We're very close. Okay. Should I go for another heal? Yeah, we'll go for one more heal. All right. Myself off death's door.
anxiety.
Dude,
from an
there's only
insidious
one
fears.
character he wants to go after. All right, we're going for the kill here.
Sweat-soaked brows, unsteady stances. Exhaustion takes hold.
Yeah, we're going for the kill. Death's door. Nice.
All problems have their solutions, even the big ones. Another impediment, cleared with impunity.
Bam. Alright, use the speed trinket. Pick off wicked hack, throw back on adrenaline rush. Keep plague grenade on for now. You're good to go as well. Alright. Not bad, dude. Not bad. I don't think we need the laden lantern. Footman's grog, extra action on death's door. Guess I'll give that to you since we don't have any other trinkets on right now. There's no reason to throw it away, but I don't want to keep it. It's fitting that the plague doctor got the kill. She deserves it considering how much she was just getting attacked over and over again. Oh, they lost their respectfulness. Unfortunate. Get over here. Okay, or don't. Yep. Not quite dead. There we go. Don't do a grab. Every time. Every time, dude. Ow. Hey, that's a bleed on my healer. I mean, it's enough to keep you out of trouble. Okay. It's enough to keep you off death's door. Really all that matters.
The smallest variable can make all the difference.
Fell the tree. It's fine. Ow. There you go. Okay. All we have to do is remove the plague doctor stress. She's the only one that's having an issue right now. Everybody else is just, they're chilling. They're chilling. Nice. Ow. That hurt. That one was painful. Death door.
Animus grows in proportion to mounting pressure.
Hey, you stress healed yourself. Oh, because you're calm. Nice.
Cooperation.
Man, I'd hate to see your stress level if you weren't calm.
Empowered, emboldened.
Bye.
unexpected.
You make her
find.
meltdown to lower her stress. I mean, a meltdown would lower her stress, yes, but at the same time, I don't want to do that. And the reason I don't want to do that is because it will ruin her relationships. And that's very bad. All right, everybody here's done their story, so +1 mastery.
A simple choice. At least it should be.
Everybody wants the random mostly, so we're gonna go the random here. Gain 1 stress to lose 3. Nice money. Alright. The hoarder, what you got for me? Oh, we definitely want the Asai gear. Skeleton sight. Aw. Hint of home. Empty Stein. Those are all really nice. Things I would definitely take. Alright, let's go. Yeah, the Asai gear. This is probably one of the best stagecoach upgrades if you get it on your first zone.
The poor devils roam aimlessly
Because it's
amidst the
basically
trees.
infinite money. Reminds me of the guy from Majora's Mask with all the masks on his back. I can see that. All right.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
All right, you're dead. Yeah, it's the occultist harem. That's honestly the build that we got going for us right now. We're gonna go ahead and heal up off that. Well, guess I'm passing. Well, no, actually, I'll give myself a chaotic offering.
Crisis, we can rely only upon each other. There is comfort in company.
There we go. Keep stress low. Nice, good crit.
Steady yourself.
That's fine. That's also fine.
The slow suffering begins.
I'm gonna bleed on this guy. He's dead on his next turn, so not really worth it. Malediction. Now, put me to death's door. It's where I belong. There we go. I want a mod to make the cart look like the mystery machine.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Okay, that one's pretty good.
The smallest variable can make all the difference. And now, the greatest test of all.
Wow. I like how that did 0 damage. I'm gonna heal. Yeah. I'm just gonna heal here, bro. Oh, okay. All right, dude. Malediction. There we go.
All problems have their solutions, even the big ones.
Yeah, not the worst. Poor giant just wants to protect. Protect the giant. You bitch. Take off malediction. Put on burning stars.
Let us hope their desperation can be eased.
That's the only one that keeps my torch higher.
In crisis, no gain is insignificant.
Alright. Oh, we don't really have a lot of money. So I don't want to go to the
Analysis
hospital
is
too much.
invaluable until it becomes an excuse for inaction.
Yeah, I don't really feel like going to the hospital. I guess we can just go random. It's got two road fights. And road fights are very nice for me recovering. Ooh, it's a cultist battle.
They stand guard even now, deathless and dreaming.
Am I getting enough to cure 2 diseases? I don't have any diseases though. Yeah. Yeah, no diseases. We're good. We already got rid of like the really bad quirk that we wanted to ditch here. So what's my Abyssal Artillery hit for? 4 to 8 right now. Bump, bump, bump. Skip it a bump, bump, beep, ba-doop.
In crisis,
There we go.
we can rely only upon each other.
And it
Empowered,
back for blood with Seagull win. Oh, we already did back for blood. Is he doing more? Listen, man, I'm always down for some back for blood. That game was fun. I still want to play Nightmare one of these days. Well, beat Nightmare rather. Still want to try and beat Nightmare. Nice, good damage there. Okay. Okay, now you're just being weird, Zug. Now you're just being fucking weird as shit.
Anxiety foments insidious fears.
Let's go ahead and get a taunt here. Soon as Ponadu season. Ponadu season will soon be upon us. Okay, we don't need to worry about those two. He's gonna kill both of these. Yep. Off death's door. Back onto death's door. Off death's door. So if he crits me again and I go right back to it. There we go. Round 4 out of 5.
There is comfort in company.
Okay.
Cooperation is the key.
Only 5 damage there. All right. On around. Death's door.
A little help in
Ah, yes. Crit
time.
4. Delicious. Awesome.
Scavenge what you can and be off once
Yep.
more.
You do mostly range damage right now. Wait, no! Whoa. Combat items. Before we jump into this fight, laudanum. We want laudanum in this fight before we jump into it. Okay. I keep hearing about antiquarian betrayal or something. Can someone explain? Yes. In one of the road fights, you fight the antiquarian. Why? Because she ditched us. She ditched us, bro. All right. It's just good business. She stuck to the corporal lifestyle. Wait. No fucking way, dude. That can't be right. There's no way that's accurate. Ubisoft announces plans to develop play-to-earn blockchain and NFT games. Bruh. What? Really, Ubisoft? Play to earn blockchain and NFT games. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Like, I knew nobody gives a shit about Far Cry 6. It was probably your worst Far Cry, because nobody played it. But you didn't have to go this far into it. Here come the crypto bros. This is so dumb. What? Bro. Man. I mean, I haven't been excited for an Ubisoft game in forever. Rather ever, but damn.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable
Nice, that
end.
debuffed all their speed. You have like every debuff on you. Face your confession!
The slow suffering begins. The slow suffering begins. There is comfort
NFTs
in
make me
company.
cry, chat. They make me cry. NFTs are everywhere. What is an NFT? Have you ever wanted to just
Emboldened.
burn down a forest and make $5? NFTs are for you.
Cooperation is the key.
Hit! Damn. Can I hit a 7? I mean, I can hit a 7. Will I hit a 7? Woo! I hit a 7. It's easier to say that. It's easier to say NFTs are money laundering than it is to actually explain what an NFT is.
Empowered. Emboldened. Cooperation is the key.
I just joined. What did Ubisoft do? Committed suicide.
Steady yourself.
I can't hit him. No. Nice. You're not dying today.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Ooh. Now that's teamwork.
Experience,
Yes, sir.
however painful,
Ooh.
is the greatest teacher of all.
Dark impulse. Woggy woggy. Do 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 do. 40% damage. Okay. Healing salve. Nice. One of the good occult trinkets. 40% damage is pretty darn good, especially this early. Okay, let's go. All right. Do. Oh, hey, it's the Antiquarian.
The Antiquarian wants what we have.
Protect me!
Will not be denied.
Flash powder! Wow, dazed and blind. Okay. Anyway. Gonna chip right through that armor. Just gonna chip right through that armor. Bye. Good protect. Ow.
Steady yourself.
Okay.
There is comfort in company.
Go ahead and heal up there. Protect me! Master invaders!
A little
Go ahead and heal
help
you up.
impeccably timed.
Do. Vulnerability hacks. Are planning using? Wait, do you plan on using Antiquarian in Dark Ascension 1 again, knowing that you'll be leveling up a trader? Yeah, I'll just make sure I kill her instead of just missing her now, you know? Protect me!
Mistimed, misdirected. A miscalculation, perhaps.
All right. Hello, good friend. Ow.
There is comfort in company.
Protect me and invigorating vapors. Oh, she's just festering, I think. That position. Keep. Okay. I got last. One whole damage. Okay. 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 Lowers damage. Can he hit for 0? No, but I can turn that 2 into a 1.
We can rely only upon each other.
Bye.
Messy, but effective. Mistimed, misdirected.
All right. Vulnerability hacks. Here. Nice.
An interminable conflict.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna level up the blight darts here. No weakening curse.
There is comfort in
Rid of my
company.
stress. She can't kill me. Yeah, you heal that corpse. You heal it real good. What are you? What's wrong with your body? What is wrong with you? What is wrong? Whatever. Go away. Die.
The work continues.
Oh, it's not very good. Do I think there's a chance that Abomination's going to be DLC? Oh. I have no idea, bro.
You must be strong enough to shoulder more than your share of the burden.
I will say, I don't think there's always a lore reason as to why the 7 characters, why 7 of the characters were not added on launch here. Maybe it's just because they need more time. Could just come down to that, you know?
Aspiration unites the hopeful.
Can you meet the Antiquarian more than once in a single encounter? Yeah, but I think that's just like a gameplay thing. I don't think that's anything lore-wise. Ow! That's my face.
Empowered.
All right, you want to hit me with a big stick? I'm gonna hit you with a big stick. Never mind. Your stick is bigger than mine. Ooh, top end. Very nice. Is he dead? He's dead. Nice. You won't even get to use that guaranteed crit. Now she's dead. We're actually not going to attack her because hopefully he tries to guard her.
Lethality writ large.
It'll actually be funny to me if he does protect the child and then she dies on her next turn. Alright, go ahead and get rid of our stress. Protect the child. Nope. He's not stupid. I repeat, he's not stupid. He looks stupid, but he is not stupid.
There is comfort in company. In crisis, we can rely
Unlike
only
us who
upon
look
each
and
other.
are stupid. Correct, chat. Correct. You look and are stupid. All right, 5 HP here. I can't actually do that last bit of damage. I think he's talking about us. No, don't worry. I would never talk to you like that, chat.
Empowered, emboldened.
1 damage.
The Wainwright awaits.
1
Eager
damage
to
death
ply
blow,
his
but I
trade.
guess, I mean, when they're on death's door, it only takes 1 damage. Take all. All right.
We must understand the past if we are ever to be free of it.
I am stronger for having lived my past. Let's see, Halloween emotes are gone. Yep. They are gone. Peace. Adios.
An elementary problem, is it not?
Surprised I got 6 mastery points without actually fighting, like, anything too crazy. Fight no more than 1 resistance encounter. I guess I just had a whole bunch of road battles. Hey, flapjacks. Everybody love flapjacks. Forgotten outpost. Ooh, start them off with blight and a debuff. I'm down for that. Oh, oh, it's blight resistance. They have 0 blight resistance. Well, how convenient. We're gonna start with a weakening curse on you. Fortunate resist. He goes death's door next round, unless I can do 2 damage here. Nice. We can just insta kill him. Und guard. Bye.
Promising development.
Have all the skills for all the classes been unlocked yet? Jester's the only one we're missing. Ow. We're missing 1 last one on Jester. Stop punching me, it hurts. My dear, my love. Oh, now.
There is comfort in company.
You know, for stress heal, very good. Go ahead and taunt you. There we go. You can only attack me now. Ow. Okay, stop tanking hits for the Hellion. I'm trying to lower her health. Stop doing this. I realize y'all fucking, but stop. There we go. Amoris is probably the worst virtue. Weaken you. Yes, door. %30 damage and 5 speed. Yo, that's sick. Die. Ow. Never leave my side, love. Dude, what is your death blow resistance? There you go.
Will overcome even the greatest of threats.
I don't want any of that. Thoughts on enemies having death's door? Feels like too much RNG to me. Feels good to me. I have had no issues with enemies having death's door at all. And there are skills that can bypass it too. So if you think it's too much RNG, well, thankfully there's skills to bypass it. Darkest Dungeon is 99% RNG management with 1% flapjacks. I think it'd probably be a little bit higher flapjackage, but I approve. Stop healing the Hellion!
A brilliant conclusion.
Sure, this game has significantly less RNG than DD1.
Steady yourself.
Because the thing with Darkest Dungeon 1 is that if the game didn't want the fight to go your way, you're just gonna miss every single attack in your early game. But that's not a thing here. How did accuracy change? Accuracy is more or less removed. So when you hover over, it says 100% chance to hit. I mean, it's still debuff resistance, but like he hit a 10% debuff resist. But for the most part, it's all gone. So every attack hits. If you have blindness, it's minus 50% chance to hit. If they have dodge, then it's minus 50% chance to hit. If you have blindness and they have dodge, it's 25% chance to hit.
The slow suffering begins.
Good heal. Why is your max health so low? Why is your max HP so incredibly low? Tell me this. Tell me this. Now that token percentages were rolled separately. Nope, if you actually mouse over the enemy while you have blindness attacking a dodge, it'll say 25% chance to hit. More healing salve. Yes, good. Hey, Aloyla, thanks for subbing. Thanks for quality content and pandas. No problem. That's what I'm here for. To provide you pandas. Big hit. 14 damage, not bad. Could have done better. Ow. Lower your damage. Or not, because you resist every debuff. Alright. Let's just do damage instead. Nice. Okay. Death's door. I feel like these enemies got changed. I don't remember them always getting 30% damage and 5 speed when on death's door. I don't remember this. Maybe I'm crazy and just never noticed, which is always possible. Death's door. 2. All right, 20% chance of death. There we go. Vulnerability. Bye.
One less obstacle in our path.
Oh, you know we doing the next one. You know we doing the next one. Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and give you I don't know here.
A brilliant conclusion.
Just keep dotting him up. We need him to die first before anything else. Do your AoE attack, please. Ow. Hey, so confession. All right, so you're taking 50% less damage for melee attacks, so I kind of don't want a Howling's End you. So we'll get rid of that dodge token on him. Go ahead and laudan him, get rid of the horror.
Slows. Sanity returns.
Okay. Ow. Hey, more damage. Hell yeah. Now it's time to miss. Yep. Mm-hmm. 10 damage. It's gonna hurt. Ow. It's got a huge damage range of like 10 or 9 to 19. All right, bring you over here. Yeah, just sit back there aggressively.
There is comfort in company.
Okay. There we go. Now let's keep working on this guy in the back. Let's get that dot off you. It's a lot of stress. I was gonna say only 3 damage, but then I realized.
Cooperation is the key.
Woo! Oh, we have gargantuan enemies. No wonder this guy is so tanky. He should have been dead by now.
Dragged back from the brink.
He should have been dead by now. Place you on death's door as well.
In crisis, we can rely only upon each other.
All right.
There is comfort in company.
There is company in company. Bye.
One less obstacle in our path.
Die.
By confronting the past, we learn to
Dude, that's a lot of healing salve. That is so much healing salve. Hell yeah. So much. Alright, let's go. Let's go. How hard was the Wilbur fight? It's not too bad. I mean, if you're not prepared for it, it can really mess you up. But overall, not too bad. You should get the VA to say there is company in company. I get a sub alert.
Lower your guard. Soften your gaze. It is safe.
Fear
here.
of swine. Nice.
Experience, however painful, is the greatest.
Oh, 15% chance of plus affinity. I got 10 mastery points. Inseparable.
Two facets of the same stone, never one without the other.
Hopeful.
Aspiration unites the hopeful.
Flapjacks. Everybody loves flapjacks. Okay.
The next stop is leagues away. Plan accordingly.
Alright, Provisioner, what you got for me? Where are we going? The sluice.
Abandoned waterways. Home now to far worse than rats.
Alright. Helling's End. Toe to toe. Iron Swan. Kick to the face. Dead of Night. Poison Dirt. Decision. Pistol Artillery. Damon's Pull. Wired Reconstruction.
Conventional fare, but fairly priced.
Definitely buy both of those. Let's take that. How are we looking on trinkets? Okay. There you go.
Planning and mindfulness, as vital to survival as sharpened steel.
All right. Journey onwards? Yes. Why are this pronounced like weird? Weird reconstruction? Word reconstruction? How would you pronounce it? Tell me. You think the area featuring swine will have more or less disgusting background noise? Oh, dude, I hope they bring back torchless warrens.
Carefully and quickly. Swine country.
Bring it back. I made myself cough because of that. That was stupid. Ooh, academic study.
Consider all variables, but do it quickly.
The real question is, how does TTS pronounce word?
In crisis,
Word.
no gain is insignificant.
Hey, yo, we got cosmic grenades. Word reconstruction. Daughters. Word.
Perhaps you are finding your courage at last. The pitiless stamp of cloven hooves can be heard ahead.
Space grenades? Yep, good old space grenades. Well, howdy there, big fella. You sure do look dangerous. I'm just gonna hit the back line. Here.
Steady yourself.
Ow. What the fuck? Alright, get rid of that armor. Ow. Minimum damage roll. Nice. Ow. Darn the blight. Ow. Bye-bye. Not Wilbur. I'm sure we'll see Wilbur. There is company in company.
We can rely only upon each other. Empowered, emboldened. Cooperation is the key.
Bye. Down, down, down. There we go. There is bibbity and bobbity. There is bibbity and bobbity. Nice.
Persistence will overcome even the
+1
greatest
mastery.
of threats.
Noise. Noise. Forward! Oh, hello. Show me Will. Oh, never mind. We're running away.
Aspiration unites the hopeful.
None of them wish to fight, so we're moving on. See you later. Bye.
There are rumors these rancorous beasts have some demonic spark of otherworldly intelligence.
All right. You know, based on that line, it'd be really cool if you have cultist pigs. Start them all off with vulnerability. Sightless asthma. Brisk bedevilment. You are my heart. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Okay, he's dead.
Early results are encouraging.
Damn. That's a lot of nuts. That's a lot of nuts. All right.
There is comfort in
Put company in our company. Oh, he's dead. Bye. All right. Okay, we need to eat that dodge token, so
A miscalculation, perhaps.
eat the dodge token. Then we're gonna go ahead and toe to toe. I'll put her on death's door. And then, whew, solid incision. Mm-hmm. Death's door there too. Bye-bye. I actually don't want to heal my Heliod.
Experience, however painful, is the greatest teacher
All
of
garbage.
all.
You could ask the narrator to do one line, what would it be?
Loathing festers.
I don't know. Huge
Chaos
duck,
must
wit
be
large.
met with unwavering resolve.
How long is one run usually? Single run's usually like, I don't know, 4 hours or so. Unfortunate, you didn't spawn with dodge. I guess
Early
you're dead
results
then.
are encouraging.
Eater. Nice dodge, idiot. Nice blindness, idiot. Company and company.
Cooperation is the key.
I kinda would want to hear the narrator say I am that duck for some reason.
I am that duck. Fat Wizard, thanks for the new Prime sub. Appreciate that. I can't hit shit. Miss. Eater. You're dead on your next turn, so that's irrelevant. Go ahead and eat up that dodge token. There we go. Try and get rid of some of your stress. More debuffs.
The smallest variable can make all the difference.
Bye.
One less obstacle in our path.
Ooh, 25% range damage. Nice.
The loathing abates.
So that'll be an extra 10% over what we currently have. I'll take that. Might be enough to give me another damage threshold of 1.
The pitiless stamp of cloven hooves can be heard.
All right, last
ahead.
chance. Wilbur, you out there? Nope. All right. Why is your stress so high? Stop having high stress. There is company in company. Oh, you have zoophobia and fear of swine. Ah, yeah, that'll do it. You have fear of animal and swine. No wonder you're losing your shit. Okay, well, that makes way more sense now.
A miscalculation, perhaps.
This is basically her worst nightmare. Which game do I prefer, this or the first one? I mean, I like different aspects of both. Like, I do enjoy the long campaign style of the first game, but I enjoy the combat to combat of this game. So this is much more fast-paced. Should probably stick with this one. Toe to toe. Ow. All right, let's just keep doing revelry to try and keep our plague doctor's mind not completely shattered. It's a road battle? Yeah. Bye. All right. Death door. Great job, my friend.
A little help impeccably timed. The means of mastery.
Bahroo gets to question the devs today? Mm-hmm. I do. I asked them, like, hey, want to talk? And they were like, yeah. That's how it happened. Eh. Do I know which devs specifically? The two
Lower
co-founders.
your guard. Soften your gaze.
Germaphobe, boisterous, amateur weaponsmith, and devout. -5 stress. Yeah, we'll give that to you.
Listen. Practice. Improve.
1, 2, 3. All right. Chirurgeon's table. Greatly increases passive traveling heal. Clear out a lair?
Our great
I'm down.
cities
Let's
burn.
do it.
All that beauty and knowledge, ash on the wind.
Ooh, corrupting cleaver is very nice. Hello. We shall give you the corrupting cleaver.
The next stop is leagues away. Plan accordingly.
You got a sprained ankle. God, you have so many bad perks. God.
Each improvement, a new variable in the equation of your fate.
All right, let's go. Embark. Cendric Live and Sessions, thanks for subbing. Appreciate that.
Behold.
What do I think of Plague
the
Doctor's
great
indiscriminate
cities of
science?
man,
Mediocre.
ruined and aflame.
Mediocre. If I do this combat, nah, we'll take the question mark. Question mark, because it has a road fight. Hell yeah, it's combat. I want as much combat as I can get here, because I want lots and lots of money. Burning pile. Start him off with blindness. Let's do it. Okay, this guy starts with a dodge, which is annoying. So we're going to hit him with a vulnerability hex here. That'll eat out his dodge, but he now gets another dodge. That's fine. Okay, bye. Peace, I guess.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Fucking deleted. Good support by the enemy. Yes. Another crit. He'll be dead before he can even reach the front.
A righteous action. A slow dissection.
God, they're just getting shit on. My God. This combat, they were just completely dismantled. Bahroo, can we please ban wit? Why would we ban somebody? Why are you asking me to ban somebody? I mean, I'm not opposed to you. I'm not opposed to banning a random person. I just need to know why. Why would you put this man up for death? Chat is bloodthirsty.
Forgotten. It is ours now. The loathing whispers.
Let's go. Brandon is an alt-right term. Oh. Yeah, go ahead. Get him out then. Yeah, go and ban him. I didn't know that. When he said, let's go, Brandon, I thought he was talking about Brandon, the guy who gifts a whole bunch of subs in my chat. I'm sorry.
The flame sputters. You must give hope to get it.
Burn him!
Echoes of humanity.
His name is Brandon.
Twisted by hopelessness.
Well, goodbye. Yes. 6 to 10 damage. And if it crits, 15. Alright, so he's dead before he can do anything. I'll be honest, I pay literally zero attention to politics because it makes my head hurt. I instead prefer to just play video games, so I'll take you at your word. We ban the guy who's literally that's his only message, and we move on, and we don't get into a weird political discussion. And now everybody in chat will post nodders, and then we move on.
Easily dispatched.
Yes, nodders.
Scavenge what you can.
All garbage.
Be off once more.
Okay. No, 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 no. Did they remove the Vestal and the Crusader? Their fate is unknown.
The Wainwright awaits, eager to ply his trade.
All garbage. I don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay. I'll need that. Is it time to pay today's taxes? I don't know. Is it? Is it time for taxes? Woo! He did. Taxes? Dodge. Oh, okay. No. What are taxes? That thing that you pay so that I don't take your kneecaps when you least think about it. Did.
There is comfort in company.
There is company in company. Stop committing tax evasion. Pay your taxes.
The smallest variable can make all the difference.
Darn, he has 1 HP. But how could you? Bruh. The occultist was just like, that's enough. We're done with that. We're done with that one.
In this world, wealth is worthless without purpose.
Do 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 do. Alright. Alright, what do we got? Ooh, start off with power. I'll take that. Well, had to go for it. Nice. How much damage do you do? 8 to 14 damage. Woo, that's a lot. That is so much damage. Wide check. Let's see what we're doing here. Kill him.
A miscalculation, perhaps.
Got rid of the corpse at least. Guaranteed crit. That's a problem.
There is comfort in company.
Alright, stress removal. We are gonna go ahead and give you
A little help in
a little extra
packing
health
time.
and cure your bleed because you're about to get double crit in the face.
Steady yourself.
Yep. Ah. Ow.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Later. Oh, stop. Oh, cease this at once. Woo! Death's Door. We just ate through both dodge tokens and put her on Death's Door. Ouch. Let's go ahead and put vulnerability on you. Eat the dodge token, put on vulnerability, finish you off.
A righteous action.
And be prepared for a howl. Just door. Ow. There is company in company.
The key. Empowered, emboldened.
All right, heal up.
In crisis, we can rely
Later.
only upon each other.
Don't need that. All right, so let's take a look here.
Abates.
Don't need that. Don't need any of these trinkets. Don't need that. All right, we're good. Keep going. I do want to go to that hospital, so we're gonna take this left side here.
Analysis is invaluable until it becomes an excuse for inaction.
Excuse me? Look away, children! Ugh.
Chaos must be met with unwavering resolve.
Cheater! Dude, I was trying to go left. You saw that. I was trying to go left. Can I post the cheating copy pasta? Don't you dare. Starting ourselves off with strength is better than starting them off with vulnerability. Oh. Oh no. This poor pit fighter. If this crits, he goes straight to death's door. Oh my god. That is so much damage. Follow them all. Nice. They will not touch you. Wow, that is a bit spicier than I want it to be. Sorry.
A little help, impeccably timed.
That's a little bit spicier than I want. Accelerant. Okay. Let's kill him. Ow. Vulnerability hex on him. Ow. Oh boy, that sure is a lot of damage. My face.
Cooperation is the key.
Nice. Man, you are just being a really just large asshole. You know that, right? Funeral fire? Ah, fire! Yeah, it's a death's door plus a dot. This man just took 3 death's doors. All right, you gotta calm down, sir. Nice, good heal. Good 12 damage there. Gonna rock another death blow.
Problems have their solutions, even the big ones.
All right. Fire. All right. Look at me. Is it just me or does Dark's Dungeon seem easier? Feel free to play it for yourself. There's a couple reasons why the game seems incredibly easy right now. Number one, I have over 80 hours in this game, so I know exactly how to play it. And then number two, it doesn't have a difficulty slider yet. All right. Why are we pausing? Why are we pausers right now? Chat, unpause. More fights. Because you paused? Chat, stop pausing. No pausers. Chat, cease pause. Cease pause now.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Unpause. Turn the remote off. Unpause. Whip, trip.
On to the next.
Incorrect command. Y'all are idiots, I swear. Y'all are literally dumbasses.
There is comfort in company.
One second. There we go.
Slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
All right, that was an actual pause. I was talking to the devs. And apparently none of the questions that I asked, none of the questions that cuz I like ran the questions by them of just like, hey, any of these questions, are they off limits? Like, can I ask these? Because I don't like asking, because I don't like being that guy and just asking questions and then this awkward, I can't answer that. You know? Yeah, none of the questions are off limits. Wait, what is this hype lurk emote? Oh no, we have a, what is this hype lurk emote? No, this is not the new burb. No.
Amidst the spoils,
Then how do you catch them off guard? I
unparalleled power.
don't intend to. God, that hype lurk emote. No, it's so bad.
An elementary problem, is it not?
Okay, because we want to clear out a lair, so. Time to get rid of some awful ass quirks. Okay.
A breakthrough.
There is comfort in company.
In crisis,
Thanks for the free de-stress, I guess.
Only upon each other. Cooperation is the key.
Don't mind me. Just de-stressing. Bye. If you abandon a run, do you still get any hope you've accumulated? Oh, I would guarantee so. I've never done it, but I would imagine you'd get like the tiny amount of hope that you would get.
This wound, at least, has
You get
been
significantly
tended to.
more hope for completing a run, though. You thought it was funny that it's a laugh. The chat just wants its lurk giraffe. Stop this. Stop this. We will no. Putting an end to this. No. We got 2 weapons each. It's a fair fight. Get him, Frank.
One less obstacle in our path.
And that gave me a mastery. I don't think I deserve the mastery, but sure, whatever. All right. We're gonna get some more inventory here in a second.
Supplies
All
this way.
right.
If you can make it.
Framed wrist. Zoophobia, fear of swine.
Even the
Germaphobe.
worst habits can be
Sprained
overcome.
ankle, boisterous. Nice. Nothing else I want here. All right, let's leave. Be your laudanum. No other combat items except for the otherworldly fragments, which we'll save for the final boss. I got a Bahroo, I got a 10-minute timeout for posting the cheating copy pasta, but it was worth it. As long as you learned your lesson, whatever that lesson was, I hope you learned it. Are there positive quirks I'd get rid of? Not really.
A slow dissection.
She's the worst because she actually
Unavoidable
stuns
end.
like pretty regularly from the 3rd position. Skull toss. Speaking of stuns, hey, resist the stun. Very nice. Okay. Get that taunt in there. Song of Shadows.
In crisis, we can rely only upon each other.
A
Miscalculation, perhaps.
Got him. All right, backline's nothing to worry about. All right, poison dirt.
Dissection. An
Extra
unavoidable
12
end.
damage. Nice.
Steady yourself.
Okay. Get rid of the dodge. Go and throw on a vulnerability hex. Howling's End. Okay. Bye.
In this world,
Later.
wealth is worthless without purpose.
Goodbye, Fred. I won't miss you.
Impressive haul. Put it to good use.
Mostly useless. Garbage, 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 garbage. Yeah, we already purged all of our negative quirks. Let's go. Time to go to the lair. It's time to beat a boss, chat. It's time to beat a boss. What's the biggest hit that I've done so far? I have hit for 89 is my highest hit. 89 with leper. Okay. Any tips for the general boss guy? Best way to fight him, you want to hit the back line 2 times. Best advice I can give you.
Early results are encouraging.
You got a 68 with a finale. Nice. No, I definitely think Hellion can get a higher top end than the leper. It's just the leper has ruin. Thanks. DRM Steel, thanks for subbing. Appreciate that. How soon is 3 p.m.? In 1 hour.
The work continues.
Carrion looks at 34 months. All right, we're gonna want to take this guy out first. $28 damage. Nice. The fire rises. Four. Pathetic. God, Burning Beads hits hard. 16 non-crit damage. $55 minutes to cringe. Hey man, it's not gonna be cringe. Don't say that. Don't say that. Oh, this is where they're gonna just be annoying as fuck, aren't they? Yep. Have you ever interviewed someone before? No.
There is comfort in company. The slow suffering begins. The smallest variable.
Can you interview the remnant devs? That wasn't really an interview.
Suffering strengthens the bond.
You can interview Reese VVV if you want practice. Thank you. On kill extra action. Yes. Daughters. Yes, quite indeed. Nodders. This guy's gonna have a real bad time.
Anxiety foments insidious fears.
Stop burning my books. Yep. Darn. Nice, good hits. Missing an inanimate object. He has blindness on him. He's literally has his eyes closed and is throwing a plague grenade.
A miscalculation, perhaps.
I like how that plays no sound. Boss HP. Poor boss. This guy gets completely shit on if you have high backline damage. This the easiest boss fight in the game? Honestly, yes. This is probably the easiest of the three.
Excellent work.
Yup. What does the boss do when he gets to the front line? Well, I'll show you. This ability, he spams that 2 times per round if he gets to the front. However, he's not going to get to the front. He's already on death's door. I can't hit the 3rd position, so I'm just going to de-stress us. Well, time for you to roll like 4 death's door checks. Have fun.
Another impediment cleared with impunity.
Very good. Garbage. Let's see here. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Okay. I'm gonna give you that one. All right, let's go. You get anything extra from books you save? No, but that would be cool if you actually got a reward for saving the books. Like, imagine like a secret reward if you managed to keep all 3 books intact. In general, it'd be kind of cool if like there was like a secret reward for doing a gimmick for each fight. Like for the baby, don't destroy the meat. For the book burner, make sure all the books survive. For the general, don't hit the back vine. It'd be cool. Okay, bye.
Dispatched.
See you later, kid. I have a guaranteed crit. Bye.
A trifling matter.
You can kill the general without touching the back vine. You can. Is it easy? No, but it's a massive DPS requirement. You could totally do it. It would just require a shit ton of DPS.
A righteous action.
Did I get sepsis? Did I get a disease? All right, who got sepsis? God dang it. Stop getting blood rot. Blood rot. All right. Ooh, damage and speed. I'll take that. It's only a 15% chance though. 15% chance may as well be 100%. Ow. Blindness. Ew. All right. Okay, bye. Hit through my blindness. Okay, bye.
Miscalculation, perhaps.
Why is there no Vestal? She's too horny. That's why. Can he hit for 7? No. You can reduce her stress. Awesome White and Bug Boy, I think 7. Oh no! Not my occultist. Anything but my occultist. All right.
An inkling of potency still lingers in some of these well-worn relics.
Garbage. Garbage. Garbage, garbage. Garbage. Okay. Garbage. Probably don't need this many baubles. There.
Let us hope the madman's scrounging has borne fruit.
Okay. Let's go ahead and work on this guy in the back. Okay, he's dead. Yes. Unfortunate. You damaged me enough to give me a boost. Bye-bye.
They falter, so press your advance.
Okay. Give him vulnerability. Or don't. Stop tanking for the Hellion! You dumbass! God, you're stupid. But love. I think a Morris has to be one of. Sometimes I would rather have an affliction than I would rather have a Morris. That's how bad it is. I'd rather just give me the affliction, brother. Just give me the affliction. Amogus? Amogus. Sussy. Chad, are you being a sussy baka? Alright. Get rid of that. See what you got for me. Nothing in the relic department that I want. Okay. Figurating stew. Alright. Cool. Good talk.
A simple choice. At least it should be.
Let's get an extra mastery point, even though I'm pretty sure at this point I'm like maxed out. Road battle. Give me a shambler. Or a single pit fighter. I mean, that's good too. Where's the rest of your team at, bro? One v4 the true Chad. Please don't heal me. Oh no. Woo-hoo! 28 to 51 damage. 40. When am I interviewing the devs? So, by you asking that, it implies that you know that I'm interviewing the devs. Therefore, you have seen it somewhere, possibly in my title or on Twitter.
Awaits, eager to ply his trade.
Thus, you know that there's a time attached to it. The real question you should be asking is, Bahroo, I have no idea what CST is. What time is it?
Who will face the half-remembered horror?
I even put Bahroo time in the title. Nice. Central suffer time. All right. I don't think there's any relics I'm going to be able to buy at this point that I actually want.
Emptiness and dissolution.
All right.
Have wormed their
Cringe
way
start
into
time?
the
How
world.
dare you? Gargantuan enemies. I hate this one. Haha, resist. Damn, he resisted that. That was a 5% resist. All right, he's dead next turn. So whip crack. My mass deviated the attack vector. Stop tanking for the tank, please. I beg of you. If it makes you feel any better, Bahroo, a reminder that a single Canadian province has their own time zone that's an hour and a half ahead of Eastern. Wow, that's got to be shitty for them. Vulnerability. Damage. Yeah, I think I can hit for 7. Bye.
A righteous action.
Vance.
A slow dissection.
20% extra damage.
An unavoidable end.
It's really not that big a deal. Now. Firefly. 14 to potential lethal. Ah, 2 off. He's dead. Bye. Nice. Oh, don't give him more buffs. He doesn't need that many. Ow, blade tornado hurts.
Mistimed as directed. A little help in
there we go.
timed.
Nice and healed. Nice and healed.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Stay with me. How are you not dead? Go away. You're supposed to be dead. I do want the steaks and spuds, actually. Man, we are low torch.
Miscalculation, perhaps.
No reason to do a Howling Zen with me being that.
Excellent work.
Nice. We're gonna get these two out first, actually. That's a death's door. Flesh warp. Weight of the world.
Insidious fears.
Okay. Yeah, he's basically dead because I'm gonna Abyssal Artillery this guy.
Excellent work.
Good crit.
Excellent work.
Nice. Alright. Comfort and company.
In crisis, we can rely only upon each other.
Death blow.
All problems have their solutions, even the big ones.
All right, take it all. Let's go. All right, we don't need that many books. All right. We have so much money. So much money, chat. I think we still have one more zone before the boss.
The place is a little worse for wear, but familiar.
Flawed release is awful. Slayer fanatics, cool.
The Wainwright awaits, eager to ply his trade.
Oh, nice. Jurgen stable. Let's go here because I want to fight one of every boss.
The farms and fields of our kingdom, overrun with putrescence and rot.
There we go. Upgrade Wicked Hack. Vulnerability. Weakening Curse. Your heal. What abilities are you even using? Guess I'll buff Throne Dagger.
The next stop is leagues away. Plan accordingly. Reconfigure. Meet each challenge on its own terms.
All right. Got anything in here?
This will serve
When
well.
hit, extra action. That's really good. So when she kills, chance for an extra action. When she gets hit, chance for an extra action. Yes. Daughters.
Conventional fare, but fairly priced.
Okay. What else do we want? Nice. Nice. It went
Precious
down, not up.
relics remind us of a time before the end.
Okay. Okay.
Spend what you can, or wealth no longer has meaning. If indeed it ever did.
Okay. We'll keep our buffs. We'll keep our boofs. Let's go. Anything else I want to buy from the provisioner? Not particularly. All right, let's go fight the baby. Let's go fight the baby.
The rancid crop grows unchecked and abhorrent.
All right, I want to fight a lair, so did we scout it out? Nope. So we're gonna go for the watchtower, but we're gonna go to the left. Okay, got the same thing. Is that like 5 hospitals? Yeah, we got a lot of hospitals. We got a whole bunch of hospitals. All right, people, what you got for me?
Their desperation can be eased.
Some nice stuff. All right. I'm saving 1,000,000 buffs for the last zone as per usual.
Festering impasse.
Yeah, plus if there's anywhere you're gonna have a ton of hospitals, it'd be here. Enemy ambush. Egad. I shriek in terror. At the idea of being ambushed. Oh God.
Suffering strengthens the bond.
Forgot about sepsis. I didn't forget about sepsis. I just like to pretend that it's not there. Ow. Okay. Good. Heal up. Ruh-roh. Okay. Huh. All right. Oh. All right. Do 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 do.
Breakthrough.
He's dead. He's dead. Nice. Can you ask the devs if the Photor is what happened to the flesh?
Experience, however painful, is the greatest teacher of all.
I don't know. I don't know how much time I'm even gonna have. I don't even know how much time I'm gonna have, chat. Alright. More flame.
Find.
More poultices. More garbage. Man, I sure do have a lot of N buffs. I tell you what, I sure do have a lot there of them there buffs. A lot there of them there buffs. What the fuck happened here? What is this? Hello? What happened? What happened here? Aww. The layers on the route that I didn't take. This is so sad. Maybe I'll back it up. Maybe I'll back it up a little bit.
The lost souls of a dying world, empty of hope.
Hope.
And humanity.
Hope. Amogus. All right. Well, he's dead. She's dead next turn.
Are encouraging.
Protect the child. Protect the child. Stun. God, I hate that attack. Sepsis and guaranteed crit. Interesting. Well, let me go ahead and hit him up with vulnerability at the very least. Ah, yes, my guaranteed crit of 3. Feels good. What? I'm sorry. I just read something out. Wait. I just read a question and it hurt my brain. I don't. That's all. I'm just moving on. Hey, there's the other 27 of my damage. Baited by chat? No, it's not bait. It's just
Aspiration unites the hopeful. Abandoned or forgotten, it is ours now.
I rejected the bait. Harmless. Ooh, speed and damage. Yes. Yes. Oh. Oh. Oh.
A miscalculation, perhaps.
Okay, let's get rid of that and a goodbye.
Let us hope to finish this quickly.
Oh, right. I go again.
A miscalculation, perhaps.
Stop taking damage from me. I literally get extra turns when I tank damage. Stop.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
But my lover, I love you, alien. I love you so much. Hey, an extra turn. I go again. Thanks. You're dead.
An unavoidable end.
Can't stop the power of love. Power of pukers. Okay.
The smallest variable can make all the difference.
Hurt me. Now give me an extra
Slow
turn.
Suffering begins.
He is getting so stressed out that the Hellion is tanking damage.
Steady yourself.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Die.
A righteous action.
Alright. Comfort and company.
Cooperation is the key.
Meow.
Empowered. Emboldened.
Woo! 21 damage.
In crisis, we can rely.
Feels
only
strong,
upon
feels
each other.
powerful. Damn.
Messy, but effective.
Can you ask the devs why after 4 years of content, why DD1 after 4 years of content has more than DD2? Well, it's simple. Duh, they just don't care. Duh. They just don't care about DD2.
Loathing festers.
God, that's obvious, isn't it? Simple. They just don't care about DD2. The game's done. This is all the content you're ever gonna see. Ever again. We're just backing up. We're just backing up. Up. We may have gone too far.
The loathing festers.
Oops. Better break my streak. Help, I have so much inventory for stuff. I have so much garbage. I have so much garbage. Yeah, you can push yourself back by pushing the tilt key.
Crisis, we can rely
Hey, look,
only
it's a goat.
upon each other.
Bye, goat. Nice. Good start. Both the goats are dead. I can't believe you're cheating right before the dev interview. And I'll do it again!
Lethality writ large.
Ew. Okay. Now.
There is comfort in company.
All right. Now, now, now.
Empowered, emboldened.
1 to 1 damage. 1 to 2 damage.
We can
Oh.
rely only upon each other. The smallest variable can make all the difference.
All right. Do 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 do. All right. Might as well get rid of that last inkling of stress.
Empowered,
Since
emboldened.
he's dead anyway. Was Bahroo on front page or something? I saw the view count. That's why I asked. How long have I not been here? It's all... Must not be often to see normal view count. Dear view count Andy, watch this. There you go. Now, was that bait? Who knows? But I'll always take any opportunity to flex my duck.
Scavenge what you can and be off once more.
Unsolicited duck pics. And just whips out his duck. Hello, bunny.
Dear
I see you
Count
waddling
Andy,
in there.
I am clearly a bot throwing away money.
I showed you my duck. Please respond. Woo!
Let us hope to finish this quickly.
Bye. Poor lad.
An inkling of potency.
You know what I should ask them?
Some of these well-worn.
You know what I should ask the devs, chat? Do they plan on adding the slimes back again? Because I loved cytokinesis. I summon another slime. Cytokinesis. I summon another slime.
She understands the futility of her work, but undertakes it nonetheless.
Get rid of your sepsis. Get rid of flawed release.
Need not be defined by our shortcomings.
Perfect. All right, let's go.
The flame sputters. You must give hope to get it.
Okay. All right. 1 second. One second, chat. Need to get everything ready here. I just remember there was like a Discord, like, I'm trying to remember what it was, like the Discord like thing where you can see who's talking. 1 second. I can't remember the name of it. It's like a Discord overlay. And it would like highlight their icons. One second. I need to enable an overlay. I need to enable an overlay. Where is Discord overlay? One second. I'm gonna mute things real quick so y'all can't hear anything. Hold. Oh hey. Oh, you're actually like on camera and stuff. Yeah. No, you don't have to. I don't have any capture for it. That's up to you. I can see you. They can't. They actually can't hear you right now at all. I'm just adjusting audio and stuff. Anyway, hey, thanks. Thanks for doing this, man. here. Hello? Eh? Nah, it's fine. It's fine. You're all good. I'm just trying to get a way to have you show up on the overlay. Oh, no. That way, it's just that way they can see who's talking. It's just like, I don't know. I've never used the camera, really. All right, cool. So your audios are good. Everything there is good. I just need to see if I can. Dad, I'm muting you. Dad, I'm not talking to him, Marin. Stop. All right, I'm trying to. How do I overlay y'all? This may end up being extra scuffed. I have no idea how to get the overlay to work. Wait, what if I do this? Oh god, this is gonna look scuffed. But it should work, even though it'll look scuffed. Oh hell. Beautiful. There we go. It's beautifully scuffed. It is. It is so beautifully scuffed.
But you did actually put our faces on the thing.
I did.
Wow. Okay. So when you said you weren't going to do that, that was like a lie earlier that you told.
That was a lie. That was 100% a lie. And I apologize for lying.
I don't know that you mean it. I don't know that you mean that at all.
I'm sorry.
I didn't put on my on-camera outfit today.
Oh no.
I don't even know that I have one.
You actually look very well put together today.
Oh, thank you.
Gotta say.
Got a cool hat.
Yeah, see? We're all good, chat. Alright, chat, is the audio good? It looked good on my end. Can y'all hear them appropriately? Let me turn down the game as well. We don't need to hear that. We've been listening to that for the last 80 hours.
Devs are wearing pants. Confirmed. Not always, but today we're wearing pants.
We don't know you're wearing pants. I can't see below your quite nice looking sweater there.
It is a nice looking
It's,
sweater.
it's a onesie. It's just, this is all I wear. The whole thing just looks like this.
I really like the artwork that's behind you.
Oh, thanks. This was our PAX booth that we had printed off on this fabric stuff. And they're like 15 feet square. And then it sat in Texas for a couple of years, and finally we got it up here. Put it in the office, did a reno on the office, and then everyone worked from home for the next year and a half.
Yeah. It is a solid investment in commercial real estate.
Leslie, the landlord, is just rubbing those New Zealand hands together.
Oh. Wait, what did I do? How do I undo what I just did? How do I undo what I just did? Oh no. I click the big one. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right.
It was like game development.
Listen, everything is gonna be scuffed as hell. Where are we putting y'all? Wait, now the overlay works.
Hey, put us over the bad guys.
I give up. Now the actual overlay works. I give up on everything. I'm just gonna put everybody like right here. There we go. All right. It's scuffed, but it works. So you know what? I'll take it. Anyway, why don't you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves?
We never know who's going to go first in these remote interview situations. My name is Chris. I'm the creative director and co-founder.
Hi everyone, I'm Tyler. I'm the other co-founder and design director.
Nice. Thanks again for doing this interview. It's really cool to actually be able to talk to the devs of the game that I play a whole bunch. I'll do my best not to fangirl over the game.
Oh, it's a big treat for us watching people play it. It's like definitely a modern phenomenon where like the 6 minutes after you launch the game, you can watch somebody play it and get frustrated or get excited or whatever. So it's been really cool. We've been lurking in your streams, and yeah, it's pretty sweet to be able to catch up.
Nice. Well, then I guess
there's a lot of streaming. You should probably get some amount of sleep. Like you've been
dude,
you know.
Dude, I streamed for like 26 hours, but when y'all gave me the go ahead.
I know, my 10-year-old is like, that Admiral guy is back at it, and he was breakfast time, and I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, someone was posting like, and I was like, did he actually stop? Because they said, oh, he's logged X hours, and I was thinking, wait, how many hours has the game been out? How is that possible? Is there a time loop? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't need sleep. I don't need sleep at all.
Man, I admire that. I wish I had that gene.
So there were a few things I did want to get like a chance to ask, like what made you take Darkest Dungeon 2 in like this sort of direction? Because you definitely could have just made another like Darkest Dungeon 1 where it's like you have the Hamlet, you level up, everything's normal. But instead you kind of went for more of this fast-paced combat to combat and more of a roguelike approach.
Yeah, I mean, there was no one reason why we did it, and we certainly talked about doing, you know, a sequel where, you know, the whole thing is in this huge city, and instead of a hamlet, it's a city, and you know, these sort of more direct, inherited sequels. So we investigated that, and we talked through the pros and cons, and ultimately, I think we wanted to make something that would kind of excite and challenge us, so that we didn't feel like we just had to sink another 3-4 years into trying to recreate and sort of one-up in every category the game we'd already made. And we didn't want to create a game that was a competitor for the game that we'd already made. Like, we love Darkest Dungeon. We don't want to rob from Darkest Dungeon's fan base by making Darkest Dungeon 2. So, I mean, that was kind of the framework of the discussions we had, and that's kind of what led us down this road.
Yeah, there's like a couple of factors where, you know, we're big fans of, like, I know Chris and I both really like, say, The Witcher, and it's cool that Witcher 2 is bigger than Witcher 1, and Witcher 3 just was bigger than that, you know, and that works, I think, when you're also scaling your studio massively and you just want to be able to like redouble down on what you did before, but even better. And that's not necessarily like Red Hook's big thing is like always to be bigger. It's more like we want to do something really memorable. And I think that like we did some really fun DLCs. I mean, I say fun to develop. Like we actually had a lot of fun making the Crimson Cord and Color of Madness, and then of course the little.
I was gonna say other people might not see that as fun.
Oh my gosh.
How we have fun though is watching people not have fun.
I rage quit off the Crimson Court DLC. But
yeah, we went
the
a
very
little.
first time fighting the Baron.
Yeah.
Sometimes the croc is what sends people off right away. But yeah, we went a little crazy with all that. But the thing is like if we sat down and just tried to make more like DD1, that it in some ways it would have felt like just making a big DLC, which is not bad. But I think to get ourselves interested too, we wanted to kind of
make it feel fresh and not like it's just an expansion pack.
Yeah, and each of those DLCs was fun for the same reason. So I mean, really, the game Dungeon 2 being the game that it is just an sort of like a continuation of our internal way of thinking. You know, we wanted to make a super challenging, huge prequel-esque add-on to the first game with Crimson Court, and then we were all exhausted, so we did a small, like, wouldn't it be fun to do this like single character, but we plussed it up with some extra enemies and the nightmare fights, and that was really enjoyable. And then we're like, okay, well, what else could we do here? We could do, you know, high score style arcade endless waves, and then after that I was like, hey, we could try even multiplayer. But each one of those things is we're trying something different, and I think that's really important for us philosophically, even on the team, just to have like another notch in the belt of like everything is an experience and an experiment for us. So I mean, Tyler was sitting in my basement. We talked about okay, what if we just did a larger scale DD1? What if it was like Darkest Dungeon but in the future? What if it was Darkest Dungeon in the future but you're in a tank? Isn't Brad Pitt gorgeous in Fury? Yes, he is. Then back to the matter at hand. But we really like to sort of, you know, what if it's a journey? And we get a lot of questions about the 3D, and part of it was to plus up combat. But the other thing is, like, once we settled on the idea of a journey, the horizon, it becomes really important. That's like integral to the sense of destination. And so a side scroller doesn't give you the same aspirational kind of reaching that a 3D kind of environment would give you. And you know, the reason to go in world in 3D on a coach is to limit your information, so you don't get that like God perspective of just tapping on a map and arriving automatically. We wanted to kind of settle you into the experience, and that's kind of our thinking anyway.
And slowly seeing like the mountain get closer and closer.
Yeah, while your guys are kind of falling apart, and you know, I have taken road trips with children, and I feel like maybe this is almost currently as it sits live, maybe too accurate a simulator of that. But that was kind of the goal, is what happens to people when they're packed in the back of a car together? The same way the goal with the first game was, you know, what happens when an army full of strangers looking for gold starts to go kind of crazy and turn on themselves.
Before I end this current fight that I'm in, this is one of the questions. Why did the antiquarian betray us, man? He was with us.
Oh man, that's a fun, you know, we like to, the best storylines sometimes come from these like moments that, you know, either become meme worthy or whatever, but that was kind of a fun little twist that we added that we were looking forward to everyone discovering for sure.
Focus on this game is way more on the heroes, and I always felt like if the leper was the only good hero, the antiquarian is really the only, you know, fully selfish, evil adjacent kind of hero. So it was nice to be able to pay both of those things off in this game.
Yeah, Leper's backstory is probably one of my favorites.
Oh, cool, nice.
It's either that or a cultist. The dude literally solos a shambler.
Yeah.
So the other question I have with this one, because it's been asked kind of a lot since since this game came out, did anybody canonically die in Darkest Dungeon?
It's been great talking to you.
Yeah.
I really appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, we some
Everyone
of those
wants
things.
the Vassal and Crusader back.
I know.
I'm so surprised because of all the
Yeah.
character classes we have. The Crusader is like the most, like Crusader and Vest, they're the most bread and butter fantasy characters. But yeah, there's so much community love for them. But we've never said anybody died. Never said that. You haven't said that, right, Tyler?
I don't think so. Yeah, no, I think some of those, you know, what's a rush for us right now too, even though we went through Dark's Dungeon, which was kind of popular right off the bat too. Like, there's a lot of people playing this game already, which is kind of terrifying, but also fun. And, you know, this is like 1 week into early access. And so even the questions of, you know, what other heroes are coming, all that kind of stuff, we're still keeping fairly close to our chest. As part of our master plan, and also as part of our, we should probably figure that out during early access. You know, game development is kind of a mix of keeping your eye on the long-term horizon and having a plan, but then also, you know, sometimes you got to get to the next checkpoint, you know, just like those old, I'm thinking of those old like coin-op racing games where you got the gas meter and you got to make the next checkpoint to keep going to the next one. And early access launch was a huge checkpoint for us. And, we look forward to, kind of in the Red Hook way of like theming some more updates and rolling some of that out. But we like to keep things a little bit close to the chest until we have a very specific reason to tease or show it.
Gotcha.
We are going to add more characters.
Because the other question was, as far as like we already know that more characters are going to be added.
Yep.
Are you going to focus more on like returning ones or just focus on new stories in general? It's just like a general question.
Yeah, I think like we tried to choose a cast of heroes that would cover all the roles, you know, needed in combat, and I also gave a bias to the ones I felt like had strong and interesting origin stories, because that is, you know, a big part of the game itself. So I think that kind of thinking will continue. I want to bring forward heroes that have really compelling origin stories that we feel we can make those cool kind of mini games out of. But we also want to add to the cast. I think the Runaway's done really well. I think she's really cool and fits in with the original group. And it would be nice to sort of surprise people with some brand new content, as well as, you know, like an updated version of kind of the old ones. So the answer is we want to do both. I've likened it to like Street Fighter before, where they kind of keep the same core group, but on the edges, people come and go, and so we're kind of just adopting the same approach, really. Heroes are a huge time investment now, though.
Yeah,
like,
it's not just, you know, it's not like you could just add somebody in and you're good to go. Now you got like
the model and animation is actually the least of it. I mean, and that's no insignificant amount of work.
Yeah.
But you know, now with 11 skills, we need all that VFX, we need all that audio, we need like 5-part backstory with
hero
custom
stories.
fights. Yeah. So you know, we're definitely gonna do it. Yeah.
It was super painful. I was just gonna say, like, our own decisions of who to make first was painful, and like I think, Chris, like you gathered data from everyone on the team, then of course put your own, well, this person has to go in, and I think I put in one like, look, whatever we do, please include this hero for me. But just looking at who we had to leave out so far, I mean, you know, that doesn't mean they're left out forever, was actually hard. And I think going to your original question on like why did we make the game this way, one of the things we kept coming back to was just the heroes, and we were still really, really pumped about the heroes that we had made, and we kind of didn't want to leave them, you know. So like it was fun to be able to bring a bunch of them forward into this game and focus on them more. So I think, you know, everyone on the team probably still has some of the original cast that they're just desperately, you know, hoping and lobbying to bring in.
Yeah, the only other thing I want to add is some heroes cost more in terms of time. So like an Abomination is two characters.
Right. And that would be a whole bunch of animations.
Yeah, so I mean, just in terms of like that, the other reality of game development is it is a business. It does cost money and time, and you're always short on both of those things. So there's a practical sort of set of decisions that have to get made. It's like, do we want the Houndmaster or do we want one hero and a small monster? you know, like what's going to be healthier for, you know, our immediate goal of early access launch, and, you know, don't we want as many monsters in there as possible right now?
Right.
So it's always a trade-off, you know, and it's not like we wouldn't want to have every single hero from the first game. If I could snap my fingers,
who was the first hero that you actually decided on? That made it in, and you were like, "This is it." This is
the Highwayman, is that?
Highwayman.
I think my like, I don't care how they rate on the internal polling, like the Hellion needs to go in.
Doctor needs to go in.
Yeah. We love our children. It's hard to pick just one.
But it's not like I didn't know people were gonna get freaked out if we had Dismas and not Reynold. I knew that. So this is everything that we're seeing. I knew this would happen, and I think that's kind of what makes it exciting. And I'm enjoying it.
If the Crusader helmet happens to be littered on the ground somewhere, so be it, right?
Yeah. But part of the early access that was fun for us the first time was, trickling stuff in and enjoying our game environment. You know, no game is perfect, and you know we have got a long way to go on Darkest Dungeon 2, but it's very fun and satisfying to be at this stage of development where, you know, we can add things and then watch people consume them and stumble on them. We can slip secrets in that don't go in the patch notes. We can, you know, all this stuff kind of makes the experience of early access kind of fun, which I feel like is what a good early access is about. You know, there's going to be days where your favorite hero is OP and other days where he gets nerfed, and that up and down, and you know, that's what early access is. That's what participating in this process really means. And for us, it means we can have some fun, slip stuff in there. Maybe there'll be a Reynold helmet trinket that suddenly drops on your run one day. I don't know. Keep your eyes out.
Nice. Do you think it'll be adding more? Do you think it'll be adding like secret routes? Because like in Darkest Dungeon 1, there was like secret rooms. Is there possible like chance to scout out secret routes?
I think it's a cool idea. I think, like DD1, one of the benefits of when we did DLC, say, this doesn't mean that wouldn't come till DLC necessarily, but is you got to build the skeleton of the game first, and then you see like how much you can keep hanging on to it. And I think that the nature of like the regions and the routes and driving, like we really want to pay that off in as many ways as possible. Like Chris was kind of saying, like the experience of it is important to us too. Darkest Dungeon, like how you feel while driving, but the decisions, you know, are what going to drive probably return to the gameplay. You know, like if we don't put you in interesting decisions where you're like agonized between like, oh, I really want to go left, but all my guys want to go right. And I think part of that is trying to play up that whole driving and region thing as much as possible, because it really is basically like a dungeon, right? And it's nice to get this much game together and get it out, and then we can start hanging more things on it. So I think like, yeah, we want to see basically what we can add to it, and those sorts of things are fun, because I think like one thing about Darkest Dungeon that I guess drives some people crazy but is really important to us is like sometimes you don't have all the information. You know, it's not chess, it's got imperfect information. So that kind of stuff is like right up our alley as far as, you know, leaving room and breadcrumbs for discovery. Kind of like the Shambler, you know, like originally, like we didn't make a big deal out of it. You know, in DD1, we let people find the little thing and touch it and see what happens. So yeah, I like the way you're thinking. Like that stuff is very appropriate for us.
They're coming over here to a Shrine of Mastery. Y'all put a lot of time and effort into like the backstory models and characters and their animations. Will we be able to use those as like cosmetics later on or anything like that?
Yeah, we're working on it.
I think that's it.
Yeah, I mean, we might as well. We don't know when it's going to happen, but that was always the intent, and it just requires, you know, some work put in our animation pipeline. So, there you go. That's a world exclusive, right? Yeah. But yeah, we always wanted that. And speaking of Street Fighter, yeah, like that's the Dismas like Cody situation. Just thought it'd be cool. You could be standing in the snow on the mountain. So yeah, we're gonna work on that.
And you know, some of them just being outfits is cool, but I love that like the Plague Doctor and the Leper. You know, I don't want to give any spoilers to people who haven't maybe seen you do this, whatever. But like, you know, you really get to see totally new information about the characters in that way. And I just speaking as like even someone on the team, it was really cool to see the art come through in those, you know, because it's there's a sense of discovery internally too. And those hero stories like have been a massive investment, but Chris and I and the team have like, they take a ton of work, but we think they're so worth it, because even if they just leave you with a moment of like learning more about the character, like those are the like moments where it's hard to create any other way. So it's been fun for us to see people stumble on them. You know, some of them need a little work mechanically or whatever, but a lot of them are like playing really well, and we just love seeing the expressions when people hit that node and then see what pops up on screen and just kind of have a moment of just being stunned.
And just so people realize, like, we were very tempted to compromise on those, to cut them back for launch because the amount of work required, and we really looked for buy-in from the team, and it was really only because of a huge like effort, and that means hours, really is what I'm talking about. I won't even use a euphemism, like hours and hours and hours of extra work till like 2, 3 in the morning every night for quite a while to get this content up and running and in, just because like we all believed that it would add a richness to the game, and we didn't want to launch with like half of them done, or you could only do the first 2 fights or first 2 chapters or whatever. We really felt passionately that we had to deliver on those, and so I think it's a real credit to the team. Like it was a great deal of work.
It definitely adds a lot more.
I'm really happy that it's in there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely it was definitely worth it. Like it adds so much.
Cool.
So I guess let's see. Are you able to talk at all about like what your end game for Darkest Dungeon 2 might be? Because like in Darkest Dungeon 1, like there was a set end point, but this one's meant to be more repeatable. So will you be going like an Ascension style, similar like Slay the Spire, where like you can replay the same thing but on a harder difficulty, or things like that?
Yeah, the first thing is like you'll notice, of course, there's only one confession in the game so far, so we have other confessions to add. So that, you know, that's already like, you know, of course, like quite a big variant that we hope changes, you know, when we're done making them and implementing them. We hope like that really gives each run its own character, a sense of feeling, so that you're like, oh, you know, we're going to the denial boss, so that means we need to be prepared for this sort of challenge. So that of course is a big thing, and that lines into like just content that we want to add. I think, yeah, like we really want to continue to cater to, you know, people who like yourself, who kind of like blow through the content and play a bunch of stuff and then look for ways to make it harder and harder to keep challenging yourself. And I think that the nature of the kind of the pure roguelike construction gives us a lot of potential there to do things like that, you know, like mutators. I mean, no confirmation yet, but we want to explore, you know, challenge runs and stuff like that. And then we also, this is a huge benefit of early access, like we look to the community a little bit to see what they do, because I think on DD1, you know, we felt we were making a pretty hard game, and a lot of people found it was really hard. And then there's obviously a subclass of people that are just like, this is easy. Okay, you know, how can I make it harder for myself? Dark runs, you know, snuff the torch and just wander around the dark. And so it was really fun to see what the community came up with. And I'm already, of course, seeing like people in the community, you know, streamers such as yourself doing things like, hey, let's force ourselves to battle all 3 bosses on the way to the mountain, that kind of stuff. And so I think we want to do a mix of stuff that we already have planned, that just works really well with the roguelike and construction, and then also kind of see like what our most hardcores in the community are doing and enable some of that, because I think that was our guiding principle on DD1 as well. You know, Chris and I are not huge about, strictly speaking, like difficulty modes like easy, medium, hard, but of course we ended up with Radiant, we ended up with Stygian, but they weren't quite the same as just kind of like dialing a difficulty slider either way. It's like, you know, different modifiers to play, and I think there's the space is really like rich and fertile for more exploration there for sure.
It goes back to what you were saying earlier, Tyler, about like we have a plan, but we need buffer in the plan to see how people are playing the game so we can adapt and cater to that. So things like, yeah, I've seen a lot of people say like, hey, can we run with, you know, just choose 2 heroes, or, you know, like I want to run one guy and see how far I get. Like all those are like really, really interesting and crazy. Yeah. Just the leper. Yeah.
No more quad leper. We're really sad. Sorry, everyone. But I'm sure someone someone will mod the game if they haven't already to allow quad
I
lepers.
think people have already managed to make the antiquarian playable.
Right. Yes.
On the hero side, so
it's mind blowing. We saw that. We saw a wide miss, which is a 2-slot wide dismiss.
Wait, there's wide miss, bro.
It's crazy, but yeah, I mean, and we have a couple tricks up our sleeve already planned, but yeah, I think the nature of a roguelike, is that is the game value in a way, is replayability. Like even just going back to the original, net hacks, or hell, Oregon Trail, which was an influence on this game too. And so the more tools that we can eventually build, so that once you've unlocked all the hero stories, once you've seen everything, we want you to still have fun. And so I think layering those things on is where some of that will be. Obviously achievements, will help with that too. Just as a way of kind of guiding interesting play styles. Like, we had a lot of fun with that one from game one, like get Reynald and Dismas all the way to the end. And it was really surprising, like that what people would do. So we constantly are kind of blown away by just the dedication and creativity and problem solving by the community. It's kind of frightening sometimes, but it's fun.
But we want to keep the sand, in the sandbox nice and full for people. Like, we get a lot of satisfaction from that. We want to be able to empower people to just like splash around and do ridiculous things that we never would have thought of.
Well, that's really nice. That was a much larger answer than I was expecting, so thank you for that.
It's definitely in our mind, let's put it that way.
Yeah, that answers quite a few things that I had already planned on asking. Oh, I did want to ask. So on the stagecoach, there's a slot for trophies and pets. Are you able to tell us what those are? Because we can see there's a slot for them, but we don't know what they do.
Well, we're going to add trophies and pets.
Wow, you heard it here first.
There we go. Because we don't have a PR. Like, the reality is, we don't have a PR team. Okay, so like me and Tyler started the company. Everybody's working hard over there. We don't have like a list of like slick answers, and so some of the no-go or go areas are established in real time with like nervous glances through the
we're looking at each other on the screen. Well, it's funny. Because we were, we're preparing a patch that we're getting ready to put out this week. And
that's actually really nice.
Yeah, I don't think that's too. Hopefully, that's not. But yeah, we're definitely trying to do some stuff already. So we're literally just like working on the game, Chris. And Chris, pings me right before. Is like, oh, we got to do. We're doing this interview. We should probably sync up on our answers right before. And I was like, he just started the call. I guess we're just going in. We're doing it live. So this is how it is. But yeah, I mean, trophies and pets, I think, is an interesting one because you can get in real trouble in early access by over broadcasting what you're going to do, because if you change your mind, it can be really, really hard on the community because they feel like they're being thrown around. But obviously we broadcast with those slots that trophies and pets are coming because we felt like we already had ideas and it was a safe bet that we wanted to carry through on that. Whereas a lot of other times we're going to be a little more stealthy. But trophies and pets are one of those things where I think originally we wanted to launch with them, but the realities of just trying to keep the game on track and get it out within a reasonable amount of time. Too early access launch just meant we said, okay, well, we can, like Chris was talking about the hero stories. Well, we're not going to compromise there, but we could delay these things a little bit. And it actually worked out in our favor. I can't say exactly what, but thanks to feedback already and observing people, we had sort of a different idea of what to do with some of that. And there's another just cool example of early access. I think that like it's quite a thrill ride, but there's no substitute for watching people play, and so that helps us make a better game. So this is an example where I think like we got some stuff in the cooking on those ones.
Yeah, so for instance, like pets, like I want to draw some kind of cute, weird little pets, but we have to make sure they're not. They need their own design space. Like, they can't just be trinkets, so we can't just delete 5 trinkets and turn them into pets. And like, there's some considerations there to make sure that they're interesting. And so we have to sometimes kind of take our time, but we put the hook in where if we see people playing a certain way or wishing they could play in a certain way, sometimes that's a great opportunity to take one of these systems that we sort of had a rough spec for and fold it into a solution or an enhancement for people who are playing the game. And that's kind of our headspace.
Ready for my Eldritch Shambler little plushie.
Yeah, totally. You gotta have a little junior Shambler in a little glass jar or something. It'd be sweet.
Hell yeah. So you were talking about like, you know, your studio and things, how many people are actually working on Darkest Dungeon 2? How big is the studio to give like people size
We've
of
got
scope?
about 25 core people that I'll say are a mix of employees or dedicated contractors, like that might live in different countries or different states, whatever. And then so there's like 25-ish plus our like, you know, our audio, sound, composing, you know, Wayne, Power Up Audio, Stuart, all that kind of stuff. And then our localization team, which, you know, add on to that. But yeah, I would say there's like about 25 core versus Darkest Dungeon 1. The original was made like with like 5 core people. So it's been a dramatic change, but really important to allow us to do the things that we wanted to do. You know, just scope wise, even.
Yeah.
Wow, that's.
Yeah.
I figured it was going to be larger. Like a lot of like the animations are just really well done.
Yeah, our animation director's very, very hardworking, very talented guy. And that's the cool thing about growing your staff a little bit, is you feel like you've got, I mean, people are succeeding in adding value and polish and content to the game when you're not looking. You turn around, you see something there, looks so cool, you get inspired, and kind of, especially, you know, when we were in the sort of final 3-4 weeks before launch, like everybody was working extremely hard, you know, passing tasks back and forth, keeping each other motivated with, you know, I just added this cool effect, or and that's like a really great dynamic that we get to enjoy by having a few more specialists on the team, because you can get more taken by surprise by kind of the work that they've been doing.
Yeah, and we had to kind of look at also like what was sustainable. I mean, and it's just you get more creativity, you get more different ideas, but you also just can accomplish more with the larger team. And I personally just really noticed it already in this, compared to when DD1 launched, like in this past week, you know, with either people fixing bugs, tech support, or even, you know, starting to put changes into the game. It's a nice change from when we launched DD1, where all of a sudden we're like, oh my God, like we have to do all the community management, all the tech support, and figure out how to make the game better. And we were very, very small
for like
team.
a month, right? After we launched, because we were like, oh my God, Steam forum. Like our technical artist was doing the Steam forums. Like it was insane. I don't know how we did that actually, but
I don't either. But I'm really grateful for the bigger team now, you know, but it's still small. Like I think the important thing is like, we don't want to have a team like some of the most popular games, you know, whatever, a Destiny or something, might have 1,000 people working on them. Like Chris and I have zero interest in that. We really want our hands to still be on the game itself. And so it's been interesting challenge, but I think, you know, a good one to grow a little bit, but not grow and fundamentally change how we make games. Because it's just something we never want to leave. We never want to be pushed into a point where we're just managing the people who make games.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we know some peers
against spreadsheets.
Yeah, we know peers in the industry, and that's their vector, which is great. You know, they've built a company and they want to maintain the machine that makes the games. But Tyler and I have always really wanted to keep the grease under our own nails. So, like, we have tasks. You know, Tyler is balancing today. He's taking time away from balancing to do this. I'm prepping concepts for monsters. Like, you know, we have work to do. We don't. Yeah. We're not just sort of on the sidelines kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think anyone here was like thinking you're not just constantly working.
It goes with the territory. I was just trying to think of like this blur that this last week has been, because, you know, in the old days, like 10 years ago, you make a game and send it off to get manufactured and then you get a break. But now it's almost like you have to be ready to tag into like turbo mode when the game releases, because now all of a sudden you're not just dealing with, you know, the potential, you're dealing with lots of people playing, hammering on it right then. So, but I mean, it's a thrill. To be honest, like being buried too long in development is boring. You start going a little crazy. It's a lot more fun and terrifying when people are playing, because then you can like really change and see the results. And so we're super grateful that like a lot of Darkest Dungeon 1 players have already like picked this game up. I mean, I can't believe it's been doing so well, but it's, you know, it comes with the responsibility that we really shoulder and feel, you know, is really critical. Like ultimately, we want everyone who buys the game to enjoy it, and so there's no end of work that we need to do to keep making it better.
Yeah, y'all are doing a really good. Y'all are just doing a really good job overall. Like this entire game is just, I don't know. It's very rare that like I get excited for games and it actually meets up to the expectations, and this one definitely did it. Not just for me, but for a lot of people.
We're terrified, man. It's scary.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the reason why we decided to switch up the format, was to find that like kind of development fear again. But I mean, it isn't a comfortable feeling to sort of mortgage your goodwill from a previous title onto something that we know it's different, and we know that's going to take some getting used to. And even internally, the game has to grow. Like I think people sometimes forget that like Darkest Dungeon launched with 3 dungeons, 3 bosses, 9 heroes, and all you could do was grind. Like that was there was no
end game,
you know. And so we really, there's a lot more content in this early access launch and a lot more structure. But it is going to grow, and it's going to mature and you know, really coalesce its own identity is our hope over the coming like months and stuff. So
yeah, we've had a lot of people like come in like say, man, this doesn't have as nearly as much content as DD1. I'm like, did you play Darkest Dungeon 1 on launch? It had ruins.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing. And I remember I never played Destiny at all. And then I got Destiny 2, and I was like, oh my god, there's like loot and numbers, and I have all these guns, and it blew my mind. I was having so much fun, and I was playing with a coworker, and she's like, I feel like I paid $60 for a war dog, because she'd been through everything before. And I feel like it's a little bit the same where, you know, Darkest Dungeon 1 has got, you know, 3-4 DLCs, like years of work put into it, and we can't equal that effort, you know, out of the gate, but we'll get there, you know. And Destiny 2 now is like pound for pound probably the most content rich, certainly, you know, free to play or MMO-esque type game out there. I mean, they have so many planets, they're cycling them out now. So
yeah, there's just so
it
much
was hard
content
for us to remember. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, like memory is hazy, and I think ourselves, you know, it's impossible not to compare this game in development to a completed, finished, expanded Darkest Dungeon 1. And sometimes, yeah, it's hard for us to remember exactly what DD1 was like, you know, when it launched. Because again, you know, we got the benefit of a year to work, add to it, and then refine. I mean, I think that's the thing, is like you're always surprised by early access launching in and seeing where the problems really are and what things that you thought were going to be huge problems are fine. And that's definitely true in DD2 also. And so I think, you know, Chris and I are just kind of, you know, we're natural stress balls, like going, okay, shit, you know, we got to fix this. We got to fix this. We got to add to this. We got to improve this. So it's wonderful to hear that you're at least enjoying, you know, a lot of it out of the gate. To someone, you know, another content creator said, remember, this is the worst this game will ever be. And I find that really motivating, actually, just because obviously we have tried to put our best foot forward in terms of something that is worth buying right now. But man, we have a lot to do, and we're excited to do it. And it's
pull it on the tilde. We don't have to.
Yeah. On the what? The tilde?
if you tilde or whatever, you can cure coach at the edge of the world.
I was like, is this
easy?
Related to what I'm saying? Yeah. That's funny, actually. I can't see the stream right now because I'm on my iPad due to technical difficulties, so I'm just hoping it's all going well.
Chat was gonna yell at me if I didn't do the tilde at least once during this interview.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Why tilde? Why?
Because it's easy to accidentally hit?
I just don't even know why it's in there, quite frankly. We've no use
thank God
for...
it's in there.
Yeah, hilarious.
Yeah, okay. you just keep going back.
Nice. You're gonna uncover the rainbow zone here if you keep going.
We'll leave that for other people to find out. So, a lot of one of the big things in Darkest Dungeon 1 was your bosses. Like, people loved the boss fights and things like that, and I think y'all did a really good job with the layers. Like, the end boss in each of the layers feels like they each feel unique in their own way. Do you plan on adding like more bosses to each layer, or just more layers in general?
Well, we want to add more biomes. You know, when I say that, I mean like an environment, the enemy faction, and then the layer boss for that kind of zone or whatever. We didn't plan on adding 2 bosses per dungeon in Darkest Dungeon 1, but that was something where we looked at, you know, the content we had and we're like, wow, they seem to be okay just running 3 dungeons over and over again. Let's give them another reason to run those same dungeons instead of worrying about adding a 4th dungeon. So that was another good example of like an early access kind of pivot. I think given how much, you know, richness we can get out of a monster faction, I think our first move will be to probably add another region to the game proper before we sort of like double down on adding more to the ones we have, because ultimately our goal for the game is that run to run, maybe like, you know, you don't see the same environment. So it would be great if like you do a run, you don't ever go to the city, and then the next run you do, you start in the city, but you never go to the farm or whatever. That will help differentiate the runs, whereas right now I think one of the weaknesses that the game has, just by virtue of being scope constrained, is that you're seeing almost everything every run, and ultimately we want to get you to a place where you have adventures in one area and you kind of forget about the other area that time, and then you return to it, and it kind of helps that feeling of freshness.
Gotcha. Because yeah, having just more zones in general would help you like, it'd make it feel like, okay, I can focus on just these general areas, you know.
Yeah, and you could build a team and be like, you know what, we're not going to the sprawl. Like this run, I'm just going to avoid it every single time.
Yeah, we're going to focus on fire damage, so we don't want to go to the sprawl ever.
Yeah, and that reinforces the different comps and the combat items you can bring with you, and really sort of starts elevating the strategic thinking, whereas right now we're just not able to pay that out because we don't have the same kind of like content richness that we would need to get there. But that's where we're headed.
Yeah, and I think that's like a natural part of early access is, of course, adding, and I think that's a thing that we have to do a good job of messaging too, to people, to remind them, because sometimes we had this on DD1 also. It was like a really unexpected, pleasant thing, but people thought the game was done at early access launch, and and just like this, it's not done. We're continuing to add. So a lot of people want to have that early access experience, but we try to remind people that, hey, if you're the type that kind of wants to wait until it's all together, it'll be there for you when you're ready. But it's super fun, to build on it, and on the bosses too. It's a lot of work went into those too, and it's some really cool creativity, and we have some plans in work to make sure that you have to see them a little more, and you can't always just necessarily scooch by. And that's kind of, a typical like sort of game design thing too, where like you kind of put something in, like we have some pretty good loot on those bosses, some really unique trinkets that you can only get from killing those bosses.
Yeah, I'm
but
actually
then,
using one of them right now.
Okay, good. But if you don't know about it, you wouldn't know, and so sometimes people are like, oh, I don't want to take the risk. And kind of our job too is to keep putting you in uncomfortable situations of risk reward, and that's like just so core to Darkest Dungeon as a whole. So we got a little work to do there too, so that people get to really see these bosses and meet them more often.
Some of my favorite things that I've ever been a part of, making and designing. Like I love a good boss. Everybody loves a good video game boss. I mean, it's like, that's why you play video games, arguably. So I'm glad to hear that the ones we've got in the layers are kind of living up to that, because I think it was a bit of a point of pride for us, certainly on the first game, where it's, they all have a gimmick and you're going to get wrecked the first time, but then kind of...
My very first run, I fought the baby. That was not a good time.
Yeah. But it's cool, though, like, you get wrecked and you get mad, and then you come back, and then maybe you win or maybe you almost lose, and then you're like, okay, I figured it out, and now you get to just crush that boss, and that feeling of, like, that journey I think for a player is, like, very compelling.
It definitely is. I definitely enjoy it. There is one thing I did want to ask. Chat's probably going to yell at me for, like, a boring question, but, like, for y'all, who is your favorite, like, monster that y'all have added so far, out of all the ones that you've added so far in here in the game?
One, Tyler.
A slow dissection, an unavoidable end.
I'm really torn here. Well, so we just talked about bosses, so I'm not going to choose a boss because that feels like low-hanging fruit.
Damn it.
This is just random, but I really like the goats. Just because they were also like pun material during development, like we'd call them the GOAT, the greatest, then the goat of all time, then the greatest goat of all. It's just stupid shit. But I also think it's a cool mechanic, and I know that the guy the combat designer working on the monsters had a lot of fun with them. Just the idea that they create this food token, and then that can be consumed and buffs up those guys. So it's not that the goat is per se the most interesting, but I just love his inclusion, and he fulfills kind of a cool role. And then it's just quite startling when he like does his attacks on you too.
I like that he shoots tentacles out of his mouth and then barfs those tentacles up onto the ground. And that was just like that was just our VFX artist just trying stuff. And it was cool to see that. But I don't know that I have a favorite. I know that our modeler hates me because every faction I had like these little pieces, right? Like it's melting skin, and then we get through all the melting skin guys, and we're like, okay, we're never doing that again. And I'm like, yes, but how about a million teeth? We get through that, and it's like, what about leaves everywhere? Like, he's not here right now though, so.
I think mine has to probably be the drummer. I don't know, man. How hard he goes on the drums with each of his attacks.
Yeah.
It's definitely the best. And I know this is like an early access kind of like some things are gonna be a little wonky balance wise, but I'm sure y'all are gonna change the fact that like zone 3 you can have 2 little cadavers as a road fight, whereas zone 1 you can get 2 ghouls. Or it just kind of feels a little weird on zone 3 when you're super powered up, you get thrown basic enemies.
Well,
that's the name of the game. I mean,
there's an element of like there is some sculpting, and that's something that we'll continue to do. But a little bit of the like, you might get double ghouls. That is so Darkest Dungeon that we have a hard time doing away with that. Like that, you might get what effectively could be a run-ender at just the worst possible time, and it's unfair. And that like, it's just so Darkest Dungeon. But that doesn't excuse. We're not trying to say that gives us a cavalier attitude where we don't like put attention to detail on these things or whatever. But I think like, there's kind of a time-honored tradition of that in roguelikes. I mean, even if you go back to original like Rogue or NetHack, and sometimes you just hit a bad monster at a bad floor at a bad time in your power curve, and that was the story of that run, and you get a new headstone. So I think we don't want to lose that, because I think that when you try to shape randomness too much, you can end up with something that's really blasé. And that doesn't mean that we don't put our hands on the steering wheel a little bit, but you want to be careful not to take away the emergent stories, of like when you met the double ghoul, like not at all, or not for 10 runs, and then it came on fight number 1 of entering the new biome, or on the last possible fight before going to the mountain, whatever it is. So those are things like we don't want to sand away too much. But double ghoul is funny because we tried it, then in testing it was too hard, so we took it out. But at that point the ghouls were like, I forgot, they were doing even more crazy stress damage and whatever. And then
I was gonna say, because the double ghoul, I mean, the first time I encountered them I was just like, what is this?
This is a toned down double ghoul. But
double ghoul isn't the problem. As far as I see it, the problem is that you got the 2 corpses at the end when you should have had 4 ghouls. Like that's where we should be going with it,
More ghouls. More.
Yeah, so those are fun. Yeah, I've added them back in with some chance. Some things are conditional, as you no doubt found with probably like Antiquarian, for example. Like she's more likely to show up when you're carrying a lot of treasure around, and that
didn't notice that.
Yeah, so there are rules, with some of that stuff, but also I would say shaping of the progression is something we're very much in the middle. I mean, this patch that we're about to roll out has some stuff, limited to what we could do in week 1, but I think
finish the game in a single week. How could you?
We didn't. We fell short of that expectation, but
yeah. So I think honestly we were a little surprised. Just kind of how people are blowing through the runs and that's a great example again of no substitute for lots of people on there. But
Yeah, so I think, stand by. There's probably going to be some ups and downs during early access as far as shaping all that progression, but you're all doing a very valiant service by playing and dying and/or just breezing through. Both of those help us. So.
Yeah, because it shows you like, if everybody's passing a segment that supposed to be hard, then clearly there's an underlying issue. You did mention how the antiquarian shows up when you have a lot of treasure. I have to ask, is there any chance there's another person that shows up when you have a lot of stuff on you, the collector? Is he gonna be coming back at all?
There's a very good chance that we will revisit some of our favorite monsters from years past over the course of the coming months.
Wow, Chris, well done.
That's a strong maybe if I've ever heard one.
Is my E3 manicured
talking point?
Yeah, talking point. Yes, we like those guys. He's a cool enemy. It would be a shame for him to not get a second kick at the can.
And then we'll end it on one last question. Unless you want to take some questions from chat. Houndmaster's dog, is he okay? You gotta tell me he's okay. You can ignore all the other ones, but the Houndmaster's dog.
It's so funny because people want to know if Reynolds okay or the dog's okay. Like, the first game is a hell time loop from which there's no escape, so nobody's okay, right? Because they can't stop arriving at the hamlet and dying at the hamlet and arriving at the hamlet forever. So the dog is alive and the dog is dead in Darkest Dungeon 1.
Is this Schrodinger's dog now? Oh my god.
This is Schrodinger's dog.
Yeah. Yeah, he does technically exist in a state of neither dead nor alive right now. But no, we wouldn't hurt any dogs in this franchise. Oh wait, other than the thousands of rabbit dogs.
The rabbit dogs we can hurt on account of their rabidity.
Rabbit hounds in the wheel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There was at one point in DD1 development, the dogs had 2 actions a turn.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, we're like, oh, this could be a fun idea.
But that's what we learned. We learned a valuable lesson there, which is that it's awful when you get 2-to-1 on the number of turns. So if the enemies get 8 turns to your 4, or 6 to your 3 or whatever, there's a switch that happens, and you want to throw your monitor out the window and send us death threats. And we learned that with the dogs because you just sit there watching them give you rabies over and over again and get increasingly frustrated. And we applied that when it came to the Viscount fight in Crimson Court, because the first iteration of that we stepped over the line again, and it was like just felt a little bit too passive.
Yeah, I remember like the first iteration of the Crimson Court bosses before y'all like toned them down a little, and the Baron having like, what is it, like 6 turns or something insane. He had so many.
He had a few, yeah.
And every single one of them was used to AoE your party down.
Yeah. That's part of the challenge on this game, though, is like, in DD2 early access launch is no exception, that sometimes we go super hard and we hear about it, with Crimson Court, say, or whatever, and then other times we think we're going hard and people just sail through. And so it's funny even for us sometimes to figure out where that line is, of where we're being exceedingly cruel. Like 2 ghouls, I think everyone agrees, is pretty darn hard, and some would argue shouldn't be in there, but then some other stuff that we think is going to be hard is trivial. So that's the challenges of game design with quite a big audience, honestly, because like obviously a lot of people have gone into Darkest Dungeon, and some find it really easy and some find it extremely hard, and it's impossible to please everyone, but we do try to put enough things in there to give at least everyone a reason to play it.
Yeah. Would you say that you've made quite the change from like the affliction or virtuous system that you had in DD1? Are you like happy with how the relationship system has gone so far?
It was interesting in the first game, we had this affliction thing system with the stress, and we anticipated that we'd have to do a ton of revisions to it, but we're like, okay, we've stood it up enough. We'll launch the game, and fingers crossed. And we hardly touched it. We hardly touched that system to this day. I think we did a bit of sculpting around.
Got it right on the first try.
Yeah, and we always kind of look back on that. We're like, wow, that was a freebie. Like, we'll take it. And we knew that changing it up to be relationship based would be a different type of task and have its own challenges. And so I think I'm happy with the concept. I'm happy with how we're roughly paying it off. I just think it might be one of those things that it needs time and refinement, maybe a little bit more than its kind of predecessor system did, because it is, like 4 times as complex, because you're dealing with 2 characters for every affliction, basically. So it'll be kind of cool to see, but I think it's roughly doing what we want it to do. But I don't know, Tyler, do you have any?
Yeah, it's weird. I would say not totally happy with how it launched, just because I think some things snuck through that wish we would have caught, but happy with the concept. I mean, I think the concept and the moments are what we want to, we want to create these interesting moments of like when the characters bond, right? We always felt that was like really strong right out of the gate, like when we started making this game, I guess, that there'd be these amorous moments or these like hateful, so that is cool. We like that, the more stress they get, the more irritable they get. I think like just the, you were there on the 25th, on the day before release, and all the kill stealing and all that was jacked up a bit high.
Oh yeah, like they were. So what we ended up figuring out is that if they were at a threshold of 3 stress or lower, they would never do anything negative. But the moment they went to 4 or higher, it was everything was negative, and they would never do anything positive.
And just how often they were doing it was too much. And I think that's a case where, I'd just ask people to bear with us through early access that, sometimes in testing, you don't notice some of the stuff because you're really focused on, say, the bigger picture. You're like, okay, like our runs working as a whole, is tokenized combat working, all this stuff. And so right away, within like 2 days, we were able to make a few adjustments that I think helped. And then we've made some adjustments in this patch that I think are going to help. But the reality is that, relationships are a huge part of this game. And, we might need a bunch of time during early access to really dial it in. But we love the basics of it, And so
there's is strong for sure.
I think you'll get the token system like wonderfully. I think the token system is way better than, say, the marking system from DD1, because marking got really weird when monsters had multiple turns.
Right, because it could fall off too soon.
Yeah.
So I'd say, I don't know, and on the relationship thing, I think like we want the moments to make sense, right? Like in DD1 too, we take control away from you, and that's something we're never going to not do. Like sometimes these heroes are going to do stuff, but we don't want you like thinking it doesn't make sense, or like why are they
hostage to it, right? When you're just sat there and like they're chatting too much. I mean, it's obvious. You can see it happen. We've seen that feedback. We agree. But the thesis of like you can be in a great relationship, and the more stressed you get, you start ruining that relationship. That works, and it's a strong like underpinning. So like I'm happy with that. I think we're delivering on that. The idea that like you could have a fly-in combo Marvel Capcom style support moment. That really works well. I think what we want to do is make those moments really, really impactful, and then let some of the other ones kind of fade away, just so it's not so obstructive. But yeah, we just need a little bit of time to let it mature.
Yeah, I think there's like some stuff that's super logical. Like if a character's on death's door and someone else gets a heal, I think it makes sense that character's gonna be like, what? Like, I need this. But the stuff, there's some other triggers in there that. So we're going to keep shaping those. And yeah, like I said, we made some adjustments that I think already, but then also in this upcoming patch. But we're going to be looking at feedback and taking time. Some of the stuff, I guess one of the hard parts of early access is asking for a little patience in terms of just going, hey, cool. Yeah, we got the feedback and we have some ideas, and we need to actually go away and do it. And, the team's a little tired right now. We just went through the filing and then the push. So our kind of focus right now is, we made some improvements and fixes that we're super excited to push out. And then we're going to take a little time and look at the tons of feedback, because we can't believe like more people are playing this game in the first week than bought Dark's Dungeon 1. which was honestly kind of surprising. We just thought, you know, we would
That's a
roll
lot.
things out and build,
Yeah.
build audience over time. But the good part there, well, there's a million good parts. We've got this really cool like feedback channel in our Discord channel, our official Discord server.
And mods, feel free to link that up.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
please.
thanks. Yeah.
And then we have a way to scrape that, and also people can give thumbs up or thumbs down on feedback. So it's actually really helpful already to see, like, oh, you know, 200 people agree with this feedback in the Discord. That's a big deal. Like that really bubbles to the top. So we're looking forward to taking a little time to catch our breaths and look at stuff too. But you know, but there's also some no-brainer stuff, and that's the stuff we were trying to hurry up and help a little bit. But you know, ongoing balance is, you know, it's going to take a while, but we're already excited to have data, and we've got some telemetry that we're looking at and all kinds of stuff. So that's been fun.
Yeah. The only issue I've had with the relationship system is Amoris feels more like an affliction most of the time than it does an actual benefit. Because my tank keeps falling in love with people, and then the backline has like this run specifically, the occultist has been tanking for the Hellion the entire run. Just like, hey, I realize that you're trying to lower the health on the Hellion so you can get that bonus damage, but I'm gonna tank this and go to Death's Door now.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I love that though. It's cool. People in love are annoying.
Oh, I love it. Like it fits.
Yeah.
But it's definitely one of those like, this is annoying. It fits.
Mhm.
I wouldn't change it. But
that's the sweet spot. Yeah, but that's the sweet spot. It's annoying and I hate it, but I wouldn't change it. That's exactly where we want to live for the rest of our lives. Is
Really?
the game, I mean, not me
Yes,
personally.
right.
I don't want to live there. It sounds terrible. But yeah, that's I think where the game really comes into its own and things click, where it's like it's a plausible and decidedly inconvenient outcome. Where you're like, I understand it, but I don't like it, but I respect it. You know, so I think that's our target. You know,
maybe the only thing is, you know, we want it to feel like when you get a positive relationship, like you're excited because you know it's good things, and we want some random stuff to happen, sure, or some, you know, like in those cases, like it just made thematic sense that if someone's inseparable and then someone starts giving out someone else a bunch of attention, well, there's a logical cue there that, you know, you can kind of draw on from your personal lives. But we love those moments in DD1 where, say, you got a positive, you know, you got a virtue, and this could be a game changer. So we want you to have those moments there too, where you're like, okay, he's sometimes a pain in the butt because they're in love, but man, when they come through for each other, like that could swing combat. And so I think, you know, that's like what Chris was alluding to a little bit ago, where we want to reduce a little of the noise and increase more of the memorable moments. And I think hopefully that'll really make that system shine, because just like DD1 was kind of really just an RPG, but about psychological elements, this one, you know, the relationships is really core. It may not be something that it interferes with every single action or combat, but we want it to really make the tale of an interesting run. And that's what makes it Dark's Dungeon versus, I don't know, another game where, you know, that maybe doesn't have the relationship stuff.
Gotcha. So one question I do have. So I do love the hope system here, where like this is how you get your meta unlocks and stuff, and it goes up to level 50 currently. Is 50 like where you want your endpoint to be, or is that just for early access? And am I going to unlock everything?
you look like you're on track. What is this, 42?
Yeah, where are you at?
He's at 42.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, so I would say the main thing is we want there to be interesting stuff to unlock. Now, there's a content problem there because you also don't want to distribute, like, I don't know, you know, if let's say most players aren't going to play 1,000 hours of the game, so you don't necessarily want to put
everything stuff at level 50, because like,
yeah,
I think I have like 70 hours in and I'm at 41, so getting
cool. Okay.
That's interesting to note, actually.
Yeah, that's actually not too far off. I would say the early progression is a little fast for us right now. Like I want to tinker with it. We decided not to tinker with it for this patch, but that's a separate issue. And so I think 50 was trying to guess somewhere around 100 hours might take. That was just based on, pre-release data. And there's some cool stuff. Like we tried to put a pretty neat thing at level 50 or level 49 and stuff like that. But I would say we want to have interesting content and then also give you a reason to keep playing, keep grinding, even past the point when you've unlocked everything. So I don't know. I think we're going to just see how people go through early access. But, we knew it's kind of a matter of fact that some people will always reach your level cap. I mean, even the most seasoned big MMOs have this problem where they're like, okay, we weren't expecting everyone to do it in a week, but here we are. So I think right now it's really just a matter of distributing cool items. I think one thing that maybe we haven't communicated super clearly, but I hope people find is, once you've gotten to level 20 or 30, you've unlocked so many more cool things and the texture of your run changes. And I think I even saw maybe might ask a question about trinkets, like why are there so many resistance trinkets early? Well, the truth is because a lot of cool trinkets were locked behind profile levels. So we're hoping that, like on your first couple runs, you're going to see a lot of the same trinkets, but we hope once you're up in your territory, that you get the broad catalog, if you will.
I unlocked no icon. I think that's chat's favorite. They keep yelling at me about it.
I missed one. God damn it.
Okay. Good old no icon.
Is that the jumbo storage trunk? Is that what it was?
Yes, it's the jumbo storage trunk.
Yeah, here come the recriminations of, you didn't tell me there was a jumbo storage trunk. This is, I feel pretty good.
I was not informed about the jumbo storage trunk. It was not on any list.
I'll fall on the sword for that one. But we've had fun, and it felt very Darkest Dungeon to even unlock quirks.
I absolutely love the fact that this is the only game I know of where you unlock bad things. You unlock new debilitating diseases.
I know.
It's like 40, right?
Well,
it's not exactly a motivator, but it adds texture. Let's just put it that way.
It definitely adds texture. I love it. Actually, I think Binding of Isaac also you unlock bad things. Just
it's the cool thing is that the game ecosystem grows, right? And you're adding more ingredients into what could possibly happen to you. So you're increasing the possibility space that's presented to you every run. And sometimes that means, adding on the good side and sometimes on the bad side, but ultimately you're in for a richer experience the further you are into the profile stuff.
Yeah. But thank you again for this. This has been really nice. Y'all have anything y'all want to say to, I guess, to the 14,000 people who are watching the interview?
I just thank you for streaming. I'm really pleased that, it's a real pleasure for us to be able to watch people play and enjoy and consume the game, and to know that there's an audience out there who is watching you play it is even cooler. So I think we're excited to maintain and build this game, and the team, and we're in it for the long haul. Really want to make this into something strong, good, replayable. We believe in it, and hopefully that comes through. And hang on to your hats, or don't hang on to them at all and wait for 1.0. You can do either of those things.
Thanks for helping us ascend the Twitch homepage, Bahroo. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, man, for sure.
There was a little watch party going on in the office, and you pulled a big audience, and it was super exciting for the team because a lot of our team, well, most of our team came on after DD1 Core was made, and they're all DD fans. In some cases they were part of the community, but other times they were just colleagues we had in the industry that wanted to come work on this, and people were just stoked. I mean, it's always really gratifying to see your game come out. Well, unless it's a total turd, then you want to crawl under a bench somewhere. But we know there's lots of things to fix, but it was pretty rad to be able to watch you experience it and see your audience, come along for the ride. So we're very conscious of our responsibilities to keep supplying good game to everyone. But it's been a fun week.
Yeah, the wonderment, to watch somebody unpack it, is very, very validating. I think that's the most special thing, and I think that's what Twitch in particular does for me, is just get to watch people explore what you made and fucking die and get mad and figure it out, and that whole process of someone just playing with the toys that you made is really, really cool. And I think the whole team was crowded around the TV, and super eager to watch, and you were a huge part of that. So thanks.
No problem. I'm glad I could share this with everybody. Like, as I said before, it's like there are games that like I get excited for and I set an expectation for, but they usually don't meet the mark. This one definitely went above and beyond. Like, even though it's in early access, I know what you have planned. Like, it's good. It's good. So thank you.
That's good to hear.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah. Thank you. We know we've taken some weird turns on this journey, and it's nice to see you enjoying it for sure.
My only thing is, you got to bring back slimes. I love cytokinesis and multiplying and making a never-ending fight. Thanks. I just want a fight that just never ends. Cytokinesis. I summon another slime.
Just jujubes all day.
Yeah, maybe we can tie that into the slime mold somehow.
All right, well, thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thanks for everybody who was watching, and yeah.
See y'all later.
Bye.
Well, that was fun, chat. That was fun. that was good. That was good, chat. I think that was a good interview. That's the first interview I've actually ever done. Last question, nodders. I had a lot of fun with that. I hope I did y'all proud, chat. I hope you got a lot of the questions that you want answered. And for those that asked, I will be uploading this entire segment to YouTube. So if you missed a part, because unfortunately ads ran in the middle of it because it was an hour-long interview, I apologize. Ads were going to happen. I will be uploading the entire thing to YouTube, so if you missed any part, you'll be able to see it there. Yeah. Cut all the spoilers out? No. I'm not cutting any spoilers out. Ugh. A new YouTube video after 7 months. Woo! Cytokinesis. I summon another slime. No, I don't do editing. I'm just gonna literally just cut, copy, paste the entire thing in there. Oh, here's the, apparently this is it. This is the the wideness mod that apparently exists. It's just a wideness. He takes up so much space. He's so big. Wideness. Yes. Yes. Cytokinesis, last question. I summon another question. Ugh. All right, hold on. Need to make a tweet. That was a ton. Thank you. Need to find their names. One second, I need to find his @. Bro, you forgot about the leopard getting bigger when using Purge. Man, I didn't want to just show the devs, hey, here's all the bugs in your game. They already have plenty of people doing that. I already felt bad I did the tilde. I got the tilde in there. Keep that a secret. We need big leper. Extra wide leper. You also mentioned no icon. Well, that's because we got on the topic of unlocks. Okay. See, Tyler Sigmund. All right, there we go. I hope I did okay for. I am very bad at doing interviews, as that was like the first time I've actually interviewed somebody. So I hope I did okay, and it was all right to watch. It was all right to watch. I had a general idea of the questions I wanted to ask and just kind of went from there. This was both your worst and your best interview, Nodders. True! Yo! This is my best interview I've ever done.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
Is cytokinesis where your brother rescue came from? Rue think.
I don't even know why it's in there.
That's amazing. Why Tilda? Why?
Oh, because it's easy to accidentally hit?
I just don't even know why it's in there, quite frankly. We have no
Thank
use
God
for...
it's in there.
Yeah, hilarious. That's amazing. Why Tilda? Why?
Oh, because it's easy to accidentally...
Oh my god. The chat, thank you. You should stretch and sip now. This is where I leave. This is where I leave you, chat. Also, I got another streak. Add it to the streak. Add it to the streak. Is this where I anyways, chat? Short stream, Sag. Hey, I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun, chat. But it's I'm weird in that amount of social interaction. Suddenly, I'm just like, you know, now I just want to sit back. Now I just want to sit back and relax. You know, I have been socially exhausted. I talked to somebody on the internet. My social battery is now dead. I'm sorry. Anyway, if you enjoyed Darkest Dungeon, feel free to buy it on Epic Game Store right now. Wow! Use code RUSPY. Thanks. Or don't. I literally can't control you. Alright. I'ma go. I'ma go and I'ma head out. I'm gonna leave you all. I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna leave you, pandas. But I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, as always. Hope to see you there. Thank you all for watching. You've all been great. You've all been fantastic. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody.